Elephants have been an integral part of our cultural fabric since time immemorial. One of its significant symbols, rather. A temple festival in Kerala, especially in the central part of it, is not complete without the imposing presence of the caparisoned tuskers and the vigorous music of Panchari and the Pandimelam. More the elephants, greater the prominence of the festival. Vibrant music involved spectators and, of course, elephants. These festivals, known as Anapuram, is a treat to the eye and the ear. It was the high visibility of the elephant in our ancient culture which invited the comment that India is a land of elephants and rajas. Mythology, history and folk literature are replete with descriptions of their love, loyalty, intelligence and grace. Painters, sculptors and poets immortalize them. Treatises on elephants have been written in a few Indian languages. Madanga Leela in Sanskrit, which has a Malayalam translation, and Hasti Vidyarnava in Assamese are two of them. Lord Ganesha is the supreme expression of our love and adoration for the tusker. Ingenious methods of training and domestication of captive elephants have been developed in India over the centuries. Perfect methods to make them learn to obey the commands of the mahouts. This young tusker, Surya, at the Wildlife Sanctuary at Wayanad in Kerala, has even learned to dance and play the mouth organ, and that too within a month. There are several private elephant owners in different parts of Kerala. Until a few decades ago, the index of the significance of a traditional Kerala family called Tharwad was the number of elephants it possessed. In this part of the country, love for elephants and the eagerness to own them cuts across caste and creed. 10 generations of Hussein's family were elephant owners. Now they have 6. Lakshmi, the gentle cow elephant, is one of them. Every member of this family, young and old, is known in the locality as Anakairan, the elephant owner, and they are proud of the title. How do the mahouts and owners develop this intimacy with the elephant?
നമ്മളതിനെ കറക്റ്റായിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാം അതിന് വേണ്ടത് അതിന് ചെയ്തു കൊടുക്കും അറിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് അതിനെ അലിയിപ്പിക്കണ പണിയൊന്നുമില്ല. ഭക്ഷണം കൊടുക്കുക അതിൻ്റെ കറക്റ്റായിട്ട് നമ്മളെങ്ങനെ നോക്കുന്നു അതേമാതിരി തന്നെ നിൽക്കും. പിന്നെ മറ്റുള്ള പലതും പല കോലാണല്ലോ, മനുഷ്യനെ തന്നെ പല ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. എന്നമാതിരി തന്നെ മൃഗത്തിലും പല സ്വഭാവമുള്ളതുണ്ട്. അത് കറക്റ്റായിട്ട് ആർക്കും അത് പറയാൻ കഴിയില്ല.
This is the elephant farm at Guruvayur, known in local parlance as Anakota. Out of the 600-odd domesticated elephants in Kerala, 50 of them are housed in this 10-acre farm, managed by the Guruvayur Temple administration. Guruvayur Temple, the most famous abode of Lord Krishna in South India. Most of the elephants at Anakota came as offerings to Lord Krishna, popularly known as Guruvayurappan. A few of them were brought from smaller temples which did not have the means for their sustenance. Out of the 50 elephants here, 44 are male and 6 female. This is 71-year-old Lakshmanan, the oldest of them all. The annual expenditure for the upkeep of this elephant farm is 1 crore and 25 lakh rupees. The day at the Guruvayur Anakota begins with dusting and washing the elephants. Within the farm, there are 2 ponds for bathing them. Elephant bathing is an elaborate activity, stretching for an hour or more. Usually, all the 3 mahouts of an elephant participate in this laborious task. Elephants love water and enjoy lying in shallow water as long as they can. This helps keep their soaring body temperature down. The elephant lies down with outstretched legs and curled trunk, while the mahout vigorously scrubs with coconut husk and cleans every inch of its enormous body. Occasionally, it lends a helping hand to the mahout by splashing trunkfuls of water on the spots that are being cleaned. In summer, as the water level in the pond goes down and is not clean enough, after the scrubbing and washing at the pond, the elephants are led to small tanks filled with clean water, and they splash water all over the body to become really clean. For those in must, the luxury of the pond is unfortunately not available. They have to be satisfied with a few trunkfuls from a water hose. And those which need a refreshing shower can have that too. After the bath comes feeding time.
സ്വാദിഷ്ടമായിട്ടുള്ള തീറ്റപ്പാനം പട്ടിയാണ്. അത് എണ്ണം അനുസരിച്ചാണ് കൊടുത്തിരുന്നത്. വലിപ്പം അനുസരിച്ച് എണ്ണം കൊടുക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. പക്ഷേ എണ്ണം കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ പട്ടയുടെ വലിപ്പം തന്നെ ഉള്ള വ്യത്യാസമുണ്ട്. 1.5 കിലോ മുതൽ 10 കിലോ വരെ 15 കിലോ വരെയൊക്കെ തൂക്കത്തുള്ള പട്ട കൊടുത്തിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ചെറിയ പട്ട ആനയ്ക്ക് കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വലിയ പ്രയോജനമില്ല. പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ എന്നിട്ട് ആനയുടെ വെയിറ്റ് എല്ലാം എടുത്തിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ആനയുടെ തൂക്കം അനുസരിച്ചിട്ടാണ് ആനയ്ക്ക് തീറ്റ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. ഏകദേശം പറയുകയാണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആനയുടെ തൂക്കത്തിൻ്റെ 5% പട്ട വേണം. ചെറിയ കുട്ടികൾക്കാണ് കുറച്ച് കൂടുതൽ വേണം, മുതിർന്ന ആനകൾക്ക് വേണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പട്ട കൊടുക്കുന്നത് ഏതാനൊക്കെയാണ്? പത്മനാഭന് 280 കിലോഗ്രാം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ഒരു ദിവസം.
Besides palm leaves, truckloads of grass are brought from different parts of the state and outside to feed these elephants. Elephants are subjected to regular medical checkups, and ailments are treated under the supervision of a veterinary doctor. The places where they are kept are thoroughly cleaned every day. Are the elephants always treated with love and kindness? Do they reciprocate?
ചിലവർ പറയും ആനകളെ സ്നേഹിച്ചു കൊണ്ടു നടക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതായി. സ്നേഹിച്ചു കൊണ്ടു നടക്കാൻ പറ്റിയ മൃഗമൊന്നുമല്ല ആന. എന്താ വെച്ചാൽ അവർക്ക് എപ്പോഴും ആളെ പറ്റിക്കണം ഒറ്റ വിചാരമേ ഉള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ ഈ പേപ്പറിലും പിന്നെ സിനിമയിലും പിന്നെ അതേപോലെ ഓരോ കവികളൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ എഴുതുന്നത് ഞാനും വായിക്കാറൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട് പേപ്പറിലൊക്കെ ഈ പുസ്തകങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ. അതൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. ഇവിടെ ഏറ്റവും ശാന്തമായ ഒരു ആനയുണ്ട്, ഗൗരി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു പിടിയാന. അത് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ ഇവിടെ വലിയ കുഴപ്പമില്ലാത്തത്. ബാക്കിയുള്ളതൊക്കെ ഈ തിന്നിങ്ങനെ നിൽക്കല്ലേ. അതേപോലെ ഈ മുകുന്ദൻ ഇവിടുത്തെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ കേടിയാണ്. ഒരു 9 ആളെങ്കിലും അത് കുത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഒരാളെ കൊന്നിട്ടുമുണ്ട്.
But most of the mahouts do not share this view.
എല്ലാ ആനകളെയും സ്നേഹിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. സ്നേഹിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ആനകളുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം മനുഷ്യരെമാര് തന്നെ എത്ര ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. നല്ല ശാന്ത സ്വഭാവക്കാരുണ്ട്, റൗഡികളുണ്ട്, ഇപ്പം മിണ്ടുമ്പോൾ പിശാചിരത്ത് കുത്തുന്ന ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. എന്നമാതിരി തന്നെയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെയും മനുഷ്യന്മാരുടെ ഒരു തന്നെയാണ് ഇതിനും ആനകൾക്കുള്ളത്.
Yes, they are like human beings. Some may occasionally misbehave, especially when they are in must. By and large, domesticated elephants are obedient, loving, and lovable. In fact, their behavior towards us depends on how we behave with them.
ആനെ സ്നേഹിച്ചാൽ സ്വന്തം മക്കളെക്കാട്ടി കൂടുതൽ നമ്മളെ തിരിച്ച് സ്നേഹിക്കും. അത് എൻ്റെ അനുഭവം അതാണ്. ഞാൻ 4.5 വയസ്സിൽ പിടിയാനിക്കുട്ടിയെ വാങ്ങിപ്പോഴും എനിക്കുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു 20 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇന്ന് അത് എന്നെ വിട്ടു പോകുമ്പോൾ കരയും. ലിറ്ററലി ദാറ്റ് എലിഫന്റ് വിൽ വീപ്.
Here at the Guruvayur Anakota, all that is humanly possible is done for their well-being. But there are people who are against domestication of elephants. They are all for sending them back to the forest, the elephant's natural habitat. Do they have a point?
ഒട്ടും തന്നെ പ്രായോഗികമല്ലാത്തൊരു സ്ഥിതിയാണ്. ഒരു കാരണവശാലും നമുക്ക് ആനകളെ മടക്കി കാട്ടിൽ അയക്കാൻ ഒക്കില്ല. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് 2 കാരണമാണ്. ഒന്നാച്ചാൽ നമ്മുടെ ആനകൾ നാട്ടിൽ ചെന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മുടെ ആനകൾ നാട്ടിൽ പോറ്റുന്ന ആനകളുടെ മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ഗന്ധവും എല്ലാം പരിഹരിച്ച ആനയാണ്. മനുഷ്യനായിട്ട് ഇടവഴിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ മനുഷ്യനെ വിട്ടു നിൽക്കാൻ ആനകൾക്ക് പ്രയാസം ഉണ്ടാവും. കാട്ടിൽ കയറ്റി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആനകൾ നാട്ടിൽ തന്നെ വരും ചെയ്യും. വേറൊരു കാര്യം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ കാട്ടിലുള്ള ആനകൾ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലെ ആനകളെ സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നല്ല. അവിടെ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മറ്റുള്ള ആനകളെ കുത്തിയിട്ടോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഉപദ്രവിച്ചിട്ടോ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലേക്ക് പറഞ്ഞയക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. മൂന്നാമത്തെ അതിപ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യമാണ് നമ്മളിവിടെ അയക്കുന്നവരെല്ലാം കൂടുതലുള്ള ചില കൊമ്പന്മാരാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഗുരുവായൂർ ദേശത്തിൻ്റെ പരാജയം 50 ആനകളുടെ 6 ആന മാത്രമേ പിടിയാനേ ഉള്ളൂ. ബാക്കി 44 കൊമ്പനാണ്. ഈ 44 കൊമ്പനാലും എല്ലാ കൊമ്പന്മാരെ കാട്ടിൽ അയച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കൂടി വന്നവരുടെ ആയുസ് ഒരു കൊല്ലം ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. അതിന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ അതിനെ കൊമ്പന് വേണ്ടി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഈ വനക്കൊള്ളക്കാർ അതിനെ ദുഷ്ടൂരമായി കൊന്ന് കൊമ്പെടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് ചെയ്യും.
Another important reason that poses a threat to their survival in the forest is the fast dwindling of the forest cover due to the indiscriminate felling of trees. Moreover, as Thomas Abraham emphasizes,
കേരളത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ആന കേരള സംസ്കാരത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗമായി കഴിഞ്ഞു. ആന കേരളീയനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഒരു കാട്ടുജീവിയല്ല, ഒരു സഹജീവിയാണ്. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് മൈ ആൻസർ.
An elephant race marks the beginning of the annual festival of the Guruvayur temple. It is an occasion for the elephants to come out of the farm and move around together. It also gives them an opportunity to put their prowess to test and to seek the blessings of the Lord Krishna. Under the patronage of Guruvayurappan and with Padmanabhan as the present leader, the life of God's elephants goes on. The statue of Guruvayur Keshavan, the lead elephant which was a legend during its lifetime, stands tall adjacent to the temple, silently proclaiming that at Guruvayur, the elephant's significance is next only to the presiding deity.
Hello, welcome to the session on social media for reporting news. Over the last 2 decades, with the increasing impact of digital technology, media has gained the pace of change which is beyond all our expectations. A new media ecology has emerged where social media began to take the role of mainstream news provider, enabling every citizen to play the role of a journalist who can cover the event live. And this shift in communication based on strength of social media is fundamental to everything and everyone related to journalism. The session here will cover what is social media, how it emerged as major channel for mass communication, what the different forms of social media are, what is the potential of social media in sourcing and reporting news, and what the skills required to be a journalist who can use social media for professional success. Definition, characteristics and forms. Social media are digital technologies which permit users to create and share messages by forming virtual communities and networks. There are a variety of independent as well as built-in social media which use diverse methods for idea creation and sharing, sometimes going beyond the above definition. Hence, it is better to understand the characteristics which are shared by all social media applications or networks in common. They are A. All social media applications are interactive and they use web technologies which are commonly known as Web 2.0 technologies. B. The soul of social media is content generated and shared by users. The contents come in the form of posts, comments, images, videos and the like. All social media applications demand personal or profile data of the user, and they maintain the profile data for various purposes. D. Creation of networked communities using the profile data is a general feature of all social media applications. They do it using the profile data given by the user for being a part of social media communities. Merriam-Webster Dictionary in 2016 defined social media as forms of electronic communication through which people create online communities to share information, ideas and personal messages. According to this definition, online community, network and content creation and sharing are the two essential characteristics of any social media. Facebook, Twitter, Baidu, Taba, YouTube, Google+, Pinterest, Gap, LinkedIn, Viber, Snapchat, WeChat, WhatsApp, Tumblr, Instagram are some of the popular social media platforms, and each social media platform differs from the other in terms of content, membership, purpose, sharing facility, etc. For example, while YouTube is dedicated to video sharing, Facebook is for all types of content ranging from text to streaming videos. Generally, blogging, news reporting, business networking, organizational networking, community networking, photo sharing, video sharing, services or product reviews, social bookmarking, social gaming and virtual networking are major functions of social media. Let's find how some major social media differ from one another. Twitter offers the facility to post tweets for its followers in real time, and the messages shall be very short. Facebook allows users to create personal profiles and share images, texts and videos. LinkedIn focuses on business and professional community networking and permits users to create and share their professional profiles and resumes. Pinterest is to display the items pinned by users while they browse in the internet. YouTube is dedicated to share videos and create video channels. WhatsApp, unlike the earlier ones, is a simple platform by which users can instantly share their videos, texts and photos interpersonally or creating groups with a limited number of members. This shows how each social media serve people with various objectives and services. Started off simply as 6degrees.com, the first internet business network community for real people with real profile, the earlier forms of social media were short-lived. Like 6 Degrees, AOL's AIM, IRC, iChat, ICQ were earlier networking efforts on the net but failed. Social media became a trendsetter with the invention of Facebook. Now it is found that social media sites are the most used web platforms. Using their highly interactive platforms, users create, co-create, share, discuss, comment and modify content. The user-generated content UGC, a feature of Web 2.0 technologies, is better materialized in social media than in any other media offered by the World Wide Web. And this nature of social media has brought about substantial changes in organizational, social and mass communication systems and has had pervasive impact on human networks. It is estimated that more than 70% of American teenagers have one or more social media profiles, and the number of users of some social media outnumber populations of some major nations. And studies show that internet users spend more time on social media than any other web platforms. While social media were in their infant stage used for personal and small group communication, now they became an integral part of business communication, political communication and mass communication. Participatory online communication, which has many sources and many receivers at a time, is the major feature of the dialogic communication system of social media. Popular social media. According to Statista Reports 2016, following is the size of users of major social networks as of September 2016. Facebook, nearly 200 crore. WhatsApp, 100 crore, Facebook Messenger nearly 100 crore, WeChat 80 crores, Tumblr 55 crores, Instagram 50 crores, Twitter 31 crores 31 lakhs, Baidu Tiber 30 crores, Skype 30 crores, Viber 24 crores 90 lakhs, Snapchat 20 crores. Why social media for reporting news? So far we discussed what social media is, what are their characteristics and how they impacted human communication, including business communication, organizational communication and mass communication. Also, we found that now social media are the most popular web platforms and some of them have members outnumbering the populations of major countries in the world. Considering this fact, almost all professional news organizations, be it newspapers, television channels, radio stations and news portals, have social media presence. You might have seen these organizations give logos of Facebook, Twitter, Google+, Pinterest, etc. in their advertisements, title screens, pages and websites. Through social media presence, media organizations both ensure public participation and access to their content, and they keep their target audience updated with the latest trends in their domain. This is the case of use of social media by news organizations. Similarly, a new breed of journalists have emerged, capitalizing the facilities offered by social media. They are using social media for reporting news. They either belong to professional organizations or they are working as freelancers. Whatever be their status, be on the payroll of the news firm or working freelance, they are called as social journalists. In this module, we will discuss how social journalists use social media as their tool. While doing it, the first question that comes to our mind is why social media is used for reporting news. Here are the reasons why social media is used as a journalistic tool. Reach. Social media have high reach. As we mentioned earlier, social media are the most used web platforms and they are accessed by all segments of the society, from low-income groups to business tycoons, from ministers to local social workers, from students to professional researchers and so on. In short, mass communication is very much present in social media. Frequency. Frequency means number of times users check their social media. It is found that users, especially younger ones, check their social media and update their status many a times a day. In that way, users are possibly updating with the news items posted on social media. For this reason, social media are considered as the suitable platform for presenting news. Immediacy. Instantaneous communication is the feature of any social media, and this feature is essential for any news media as well, especially in this digital era. The time lag between messages created, shared and received by the target audience is very less in social media. Thus, social media become a favorite platform for breaking news. Quality. Content quality in social media varies. We can find very low quality content to high quality content because the norm of content creation is centered on user generated content, where laymen to professionals produce content. To a greater extent, this nature of social media is helpful for journalists since journalists create professional quality content and it is easy for those contents to attract attention of the users who are fed up with low quality content created by laymen. Permanency. Social media content are permanent in nature since they can be archived chronologically. This feature of social media is very helpful for episodic coverage of news without repetition. Journalists can cover events as they happen and users can view reports as and when they wish. Also, reports shared are available for future reference. In that way, full story of the event is unfolded periodically. Public participation. User-generated content and its sharing are the essence of social media platforms. This enables everyone to report the event he or she witnesses, and it ensures people's active participation in various news breaking. With the emergence of social media, a new genre of new reporting called as participatory journalism or citizen journalism has been developed and widely practiced worldwide. Participatory journalism increases credibility of news stories. Instant correction and clarification from any corner of the world by any type of user, from persons engaged in the reported event to expert on the subject matter, is received instantly. Ways of using social media for reporting news. Now we are convinced of the reasons for using social media for reporting news. Next, we should discuss various ways by which we use social media for journalistic purposes. Networking. A professional journalist shall be an active user of prominent social media platforms, especially Facebook, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, and so forth. The reason is social media enhances our public connections and networks, and as journalists it enables us to connect anyone, be in our network or it's outside, through smart searching in the social media. Social media increases one's social and cultural capital and makes our professional and personal profile publicly available, which will be helpful for us to be contacted by news sources. Who knows where comes the news from and when? A wise reporter always keeps his doors open. Sourcing news. The relationship between journalists and news sources are vital for reporting exclusive stories. Traditionally, journalists pay a special attention to cultivate news sources, particularly the sources which are able to provide high-impact stories. Bureaucrats, political leaders, high-level police officers, researchers, kingmakers, underworld leaders, and the like are the potential sources of high-impact news stories. Interestingly, these sources are also interested in keeping a connection with journalists. This nexus is in fact the cradle of most of the news stories which shook the world. But with the emergence of social media, this traditional trend of news sourcing is totally changed and became too complex. An American study found that 89% of journalists turn to internet sources for news research. Out of it, 65% use social media. Verification. Social media networks are helpful for verification of the accuracy and authenticity of news. It can be done by simple fact-checking or by contacting persons concerned or engaged in the event. For example, if we are to cover a news about a celebrity, first of all we shall check his or her social media status and posts and then proceed further by direct contact or any other method possible. Social beat report. Beat means regular subject matter such as health, politics or education, or an area such as a police station or university assigned to a report. For example, when a reporter is assigned to police station regularly, he is in police beat. This is the case of real world. Social media is a virtual world where we can see more areas marked with regular happenings. For example, Facebook groups focusing on film world or political issues. If you are a member of such groups, we as reporters will be able to get the trends in the field and can report them as early as possible. Following social media presence of political parties, celebrities, etc. is a part of social beat reporting. For social beat report, you as a reporter shall start with a contact book. This is major tool of the social journalist trade. Keep a list of all the movers and shakers in your patch. Bloggers, experts, political parties, NGOs, service organizations, etc. and closely observe their social media presence and as and when required, contact the persons or organizations directly. Social bookmarking. This is a way for social journalists to organize and store all the information they read socially. It acts like a favorite or bookmark bar. Instead of being for an entire site, it lets them save individual web pages and use them when necessary. Interviewing. Face-to-face interview was the norm of traditional journalism. Social media provides umpteen number of options to interview persons online. Social journalists can interview persons such as experts, celebrities, and leaders online via Skype or social media for face-to-face interaction. Facebook, Viber, WhatsApp, and many such applications have this facility. But we have to remember that technology is just a facilitator. It will not ensure professional quality of interview. For ensuring the quality, we as journalists shall prepare sufficiently as in case of offline interview. Smart news research. Research and fact-checking are the secrets of any successful news reporter. Proper research fetches credible reports, thereby enhances reporters' fame and authenticity. Social media gives an immense opportunity to research topics and subjects through smart search on social media. For example, if you're assigned to write a feature on particular celebrity who comes to your city tomorrow, you can collect from his or her Facebook page very interesting personal information that enhances the emotional appeal of your feature. Going through the Facebook page will give us a detailed chronological account of his or her thoughts, actions, and activities. News aggregation and curation. In internet terminology, aggregation means the collection of related items of content so that they can be displayed or linked to. You can use aggregating news services available in social media. This will serve as one-stop shop news gathering portfolio. Social media pages of News Now, the Huffington Post, the Hindu, the Newser, Pop-Pulse are some aggregators in news field. Curation is the process of gathering sources, interviews, comments and facts into collection and publishing that online as a finished product. Curation is a way for journalists to add value by adding context or filtering information. There are many social media curation applications that are available, and they also serve as one-stop shop for news pinned by the user. For example, being a member of Pinterest.com or Storyfy.com, two major curation social media applications, it will help you find trends in your areas of interest. Social media skill for journalists. Now we know why and how social journalists use social media. But how can a social journalist be successful in his or her efforts? What are the skills required? Let's discuss briefly the skills that make you a successful social journalist. Managing networks. Being a part of social media is like plunging into a fuzz of networks. In that highly hyperlinked, complicated new media platform, chances are many to lose your concentration and be lost in the wild unless we have clear planning. We are in the midst of myriad networks and groups. Learn to manage groups and networks while various options for organization, categorization and arrangement already available on the application is vital. Social media journalism is connecting with your target audience. Simply be focused on what serves our objectives and leave the rest. Time management. Earlier, we mentioned that most people, especially the younger one, spend most of their time on social media. It is one side of the coin. The other side, especially for a journalist to waste his time on social media, is wasting his career. Manage your social media time is important for success in career, since social media are rich with distractive contents. So do the following. A. Monitor social media for trending topics and events. B. Schedule postings. C. Create new content for sharing in a time-bound manner. Fix time to engage with other users. E. Timely respond to the followers. Social media means instant messaging. Any mistake will have far-reaching implications. Hence, social media journalists shall be detail and oriented. He or she shall look into each and every detail. Remember, what happens on Facebook or media is forever. Even if you delete an accidental tweet or Facebook post, there is always a chance that a screenshot was saved or a blog picked it up before you were able to delete it. Be careful and make sure you dot your I's and cross your T's that we do in traditional editing classes. Search engine optimization, SEO. As search engine optimization, SEO, and social media journalism became more intertwined, SEO optimization is quickly becoming a must-have social media skill. You may not need in-depth technical knowledge like knowing what URL canonicalization is, but you need to understand keywords, link building, and content marketing. Social media optimization is the new trend in search optimization sector. Analytical skills. Is your social media strategy working for your career as a social journalist? A good social media journalist should not only be able to answer the question but also provide data to prove it. In the early stages of social media journalism, your options for tracking your activities and progress were limited to say the least. But today, tools like Sprout Social provide you with plenty of data to improve your social media journalism efforts and make informed decisions instead of relying on assumptions. A social journalist, like a social marketing professional, is selling his or her newsworthy content. Hence, he or she should be able to access and interpret data about any of these metrics. A. Audience demographics. B. The growth of his or her account. C. Engagement. D. Posting habits. Writing skills. Writing is the essence of our job as social journalists. Unlike traditional journalists, social journalists don't have time to think more. Instead, they have to write instantly. If your headlines aren't captivating and magnetic, users aren't going to be motivated to click through. Writing isn't just important for headlines. It will also come in handy for other social media related tasks like creating blog posts. It is also important you have the ability to write for the web in particular. Writing a blog post or tweet is different than writing a newspaper column or seminar paper. Web content needs to be easy to skim and visually appealing by using headlines, bullet lists, and shorter paragraphs. Learning new trends in technology. Digital technologies are constantly popping up. You don't have to be active on all of them, but if your audience start gravitating to Facebook or Snapchat, you should be able to quickly adapt and learn the ins and outs. The key is to become an early adopter and spot emerging social media platforms before they are mainstream. By the time everyone else jumps on board, you will already have an established presence. That's all. Creativity. Journalist is no more without creativity. It is basically an art, and when it comes to social journalism, it is more than an art. A recent study shows that 20% of the users unfollow if the content shared is too repetitive or boring. In news stories, content matters. In order to keep your followers engaged and to be an effective, you have to consistently come up with new and creative initiatives and topics of coverage. Relationship building. We already mentioned that cultivating sources is a must-have skill for any journalist. A social journalist shall have better understanding of the techniques of keeping good relationship in online communication environment where we engage people without face-to-face communication and geographical and cultural boundaries. So, universal mindset, multicultural attitude, personal networking capacity, etc. are essential skills for a social journalist. Knowledge about cyber laws. There are a lot changes happening in cyber law since the field is still in its formative stage. Newer and newer forms of crimes are being noticed and addressed legally. A social journalist shall have better understanding of the latest trends on the legal side in addition to his or her basic understanding of the media laws of the country. Let us now move on to summarize what we have discussed so far. In the session titled Social Media for Reporting News, we learned what social media is, how it originated and gained popularity over years. And we found that the interactivity, user-generated content and participatory communication using the Web 2.0 technology are the core of social media. Also, we learned the features such as reach, quality of content, permanency, frequency, immediacy and public participation that make social media a suitable tool for journalism. Then we discussed the way in which social journalists use social media for reporting news. They use social media for sourcing news, checking facts, live streaming, social bookmarking, social beat reporting, new curation and aggregation. We also learned the skills required for a successful social journalist. You may try to answer a few questions now. Define social media. What are the major functions of social media? What are essential qualities for a social media journalist? What is the role of social media in journalism? You may go through a few references for further reading. The Digital Reporter's Notebook, Reporting with Online Media by Mark Blaine, Routledge, New York, 2013. The Online Journalism Handbook, Skills to Survive and Thrive in the Digital Age by Paul Bradshaw and Lisa Rohuma, Pearson, England, 2011. Writing for Digital Media by Brian Carroll, Routledge, New York, 2010. Journalism Next, A Practical Guide to Digital Reporting and Publishing, 2nd edition by Mark Briggs, CQ Press, Washington, 2012. Digital Innovations for Mass Communications, Engaging the User by Paul Martin Lester, Routledge, New York, 2013. Thank you for watching today's program. Goodbye.
Welcome to the interface. Today we are having Professor T.P. Divagaran, formerly of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Bombay, with us. Hello, sir.
Very pleased to be here.
You are interested. Your basic interest is in physics, and quantum mechanics,
quantum field theory.
Quantum field theory.
My interest has always been in physics, and till I retired, I was a professional physicist. I still am, but many other interests now.
But you are also having interest in the history of mathematics.
That's something which started about 10 years ago. And the reason why it started is that I met a very, very distinguished scholar, Dr. K.V. Sharma, who has done more than anyone else to make prominent, to bring to light the extraordinary achievements of the mathematicians who lived in and worked in Kerala, not very far from here. So I met him more or less by chance in Chennai, and he said, well, you are a mathematician, you are a physicist, and you understand Malayalam, you can read Malayalam, so why did you take an interest in the mathematics of the people who lived in near the in and around Tirunavaya? So
you are interested in history of mathematics history of the Indian mathematics mainly, but since you are from Kerala and I am also from Kerala, I am more interested in asking some questions regarding the history of mathematics in Kerala.
yeah.
So what are the big names, or what are the main mathematicians who lived in?
Yeah. See, there are two phases to the mathematical activity in Kerala. The first is represented by two names. One, the senior one was a man called Govindaswamy, and his disciple Shankara Narayanan, who worked in Kodungalur. At that time it was called Mahadevapuram
Observatory.
He had an observatory there, and he says so, Yantra Valaya, and he also wrote a book which is of very great historical value, and that book was brought to light not by historians of mathematics but by a true historian, Elankulam Kunjan Pillai, because using the dates, astronomical dates in it, he could establish the dates of some of the emperors of the Second Chera Empire. So that was there.
It is also mentioned in the PhD thesis of Professor M.G.S. Narayanan.
Of course, because M.G.S. Narayanan was, Ilankulam was in the department of Malayalam, M.G.S. was in the department of history, but he wrote his thesis with the help and under the supervision of Ilankulam. So it's natural.
And after Govindaswamy and Shankara Narayanan, what are the main figures in?
Then for about 500 years we have no news, no mathematical news from not only Kerala but from many parts of South India, except one or two names in Karnataka. And then about 1400 there came an explosion of mathematical activity, and this is attributed to all the people who came later, to the great Madhava, and everybody who came after him.
So say something about Madhava.
Yeah, but I will say first who followed him and then what they said about Madhava, because we don't know anything, very little. We know very little about Madhava himself personally. He didn't really leave a major mathematical text behind, but his disciple Parameshwara, his son's disciple Nilakanta Somayaji, Nilakanta's disciple Jeshtadeva, his disciple Shankara Variyar, Achyuta Pisharadi, all of them wrote many books. Not many, all of them, but some of them wrote many books. Jeshtadeva has written only one book, and all of them quote the verses due to Madhava, in which extraordinarily beautiful mathematical results are explained. And so we know that the founder of the school was Madhava, that all the original creative, truly creative, wonderfully original ideas were all attributed to Madhava, and these people all claim that we are explaining what he taught us.
This Madhava is supposed to be from Irinalakuda, and from a
I happen not to agree with that, because K.V. Sharma is responsible for this particular piece of information. K.V. Sharma and K. Kunjunli Raja, who was at that time in Madras University in the 50s and 60s. And as far as I can tell, there is no good reason for it, because
in the translation, in the Vyakhyana of Venvaroha, Achyuta Pisharadi is giving some details about.
No, that's not possible, because Achyuta Pisharadi did not write on Venmaroha, as far as I know. Did he write anything on Venmaroha? I don't know. What we know in Madhava's own words in Venmaroha is that he is from a house called Bakuladhishtita Vihara.
Ilanjipalli.
Then in another fragmentary manuscript, which is now in Baroda, this is all K.V. Sharma's detective work, he is referred to as Ilanjipalli Madhavan Emmrc, which tells us many things. First of all, Ilanjipalli and Bakuladhishtita Vihara are exactly the same, they have exactly the same meaning. It was very customary in those days to take Malayalam names, house names and village names, and turn them into Sanskrit. Like, for example, Alathiyur will become Ashwathagrama.
Kozhikode Kukkudagram.
Then similar, many other similar things they have done. So I personally think that Ilanjipalli and Bakuladhishtita Vihara refer to the house to which Madhava belonged. Then subsequently both Parameshwara and Nilakantha refer to him as being of Sangama Grama. Now Sangama Grama, if we accept that it is a Sanskritization of a traditional Malayalam name, in the area in which all these people worked, there was in fact a Sangama Gramam. It's called Kudalur. It is still there. So I've been there, and not only that, not very far from it, there is still an old Brahmin household called Kudallurilam. I have also been there, and so my feeling is that Sangamagrama Madhavan Emmrc of Ilanjipalli house is a product of this area, that is Bharatapura area, that is to say from Tirunavaya, Tripurangod, upstream up to Kudallur, maybe a little beyond towards Patambi. And I also think that Emmrc identifies him as a person who came fairly recently from Tulunadu, because the Brahmins of Tulu country were called Emmrc or Embrandri, and that distinction apparently got fuzzy in course of time, but I personally think so. Historically it fits, because he brought a kind of new mathematics which was not known in the 500 years that passed between Shankaranarayana and Madhava.
So coming to the mathematical content of Madhava's work, I am somewhat surprised at the fact that there is a great deal of disagreement among the scholars. Not a great deal, there is some reluctance to say exactly what it is that he did so wonderfully well. And in that story, there are many historians who have contributed, and I think some of the misunderstanding is due to the fact that the true textbook which describes Madhava's work in great detail is this text called Yukti Bhasha. It is written by Jeshtadeva, and it is in Malayalam, it's in prose. So there were very few scholars who actually could read Yukti Bhasha in Malayalam, and K.V. Sharma was an exception. Kunjundi Raja was an exception. Then in the middle of the 1940s, one of the local Rajas, Ramavarma Tamburan, together with the modern mathematician Akhileshwar Iyer, wrote a beautiful annotated commentary published by Mangalodayam.
And so that was not read by anyone. Certainly not the Western scholars were completely lost by that book. And K.V. Sharma, for all his greatness, did not have a feeling for the mathematics. So the last great work of K.V. Sharma was to produce an English translation of Yukti Bhasha, part 1, the mathematical part, not the astronomical part. So till that translation came, nobody knew about Yukti Bhasha, except a few people, except maybe half a dozen people, people interested in the subject. So Yukti Bhasha, several places, and as important as Yukti Bhasha is also the last great work of Nilakantha, which is the Bhashya of Aryabhatiya, which is also a work in prose but in Sanskrit. But that is full of references to Madhava. In fact, many places, quite a few places, Madhava's name comes up. For example, there are places where he will say Madhavadi Ganithatnacharya, or he will Madhavodita.
That is the case with
Madhavokta.
that is the case with other people also. Parameshwaran.
Parameshwaran does not refer to Madhava by name so many times, and these references come.
But Parameshwaran treats Madhava is the guru of.
But he was his guru.
Nice.
Parameshwara was Madhava's Shishya. Okay, whereas Nilakantha was not, and Madhava was not alive when Nilakantha became Parameshwara's, went and lived in Parameshwara's house to learn from his sons. So at that time, Damodara and Ravi both. At that time, that was, Nilakantha, Parameshwara was born probably in 1440, something like that, and Madhava would have been dead for about 20 years by then.
So we are not the original works of Madhava. Most of the original works of Madhava are not available with us. We are learning from other books written by his
Shishyas and their Shishyas, Shishya Parampara, and I think they are very, very reliable, because by then, the records are reasonably good, and especially what Nilakantha says about Madhava, I don't think we should question, because he is obviously very full of the Madhava lore, which he has got from his grand guru Parameshwara. So I think we can trust that. And about the dates, Parameshwara was probably not. Parameshwara is the only disciple of Madhava that we know of. If there were others, we don't know. But Nilakantha says in several places that here is a verse due to Madhava, or Shankaravarya will quote 2 or 3 verses, or Yashtadeva will quote 2 or 3 verses with no attribution. It doesn't say it is from Bhaskaracharya, and when we cannot attribute them to other people, it is customary, at least most scholars do it now, they think these are verses, occasional verses written by Madhava. We do not know a collected book in which he has put it all together. I don't think he did that. My personal view is that he never got round to writing. I think he was an extraordinarily brilliant mathematician. He had no time to write books.
That's a very correct.
Yeah, I think so.
Many people are like that.
Yeah, I think so.
And regarding Madhava's contributions, one main thing is usually considered as the Grigori series. That's
yeah. No, actually, this has been known for a long time. That is to say, these verses due to, for example, at the time when Ramavarma Tamburan and Akhilesh Raya produced their book, they were in touch with Professor of Mathematics in Madras at that time, C.T. Rajagopal, who did a great deal to by writing articles, publicize these things. So those who read that, and that was published in English, those who read that knew that several of the series which we know by other names now, like Gregory series or Leibniz series or Newton series for the sine and the cosine, they were all done by Madhava, and more than that, they were done in a way which was quite dazzlingly original to these people. But C.T. Rajagopal also did not read Malayalam. Okay, he depended to some extent on someone who Balagangadharan, who was in the Tata Institute School of Mathematics for a short time.
He was in our department also for a
while. He was in your department for a while, and he was an old friend of mine. I knew him very well. So he produced the first collected bibliography of works of Kerala origin at that time, during the time of Madhava to let's say Achyuta Pisharadi. So in that sense, that was known only. So everybody thought, wonderful, he's anticipated Gregory and Leibniz and Newton by 275 years, but they thought that was all. But if you read Yukti Bhasha now, and if you read it carefully, and you follow all the little detailed steps one by one, then what you see is that it is not that these series were produced by Madhava. He invented calculus because the series, especially the so-called Gregory series, that is
This
the series for pi.
Not only stated it,
The
proof is also given.
Proofs are complete and in many ways much better than the proofs in Europe, which came much later. It's very detailed. The proofs are very detailed, formally very satisfactory, intuitively very clear what the driving force is. And if you analyze this, it's very clear that what he has done was to invent infinitesimal calculus, but for only trigonometric functions.
Sir, why these people are interested in evaluation of
that's a very interesting, but unfortunately it's a very complicated question. It's also a technical question. Because for this
related to astronomy?
It is indirectly related to astronomy, but I will have something to remind me to talk about the non-astronomical aspects of the work of Now I call this school the Nila school, because the Nila Nadi is the river which nourished all these villages. These are all these famous 64 villages which were set up by supposedly by Parshuram, Panniyur, Shogapuram, Tirunavaya, all these places. So I call it the Nila school because all these people lived within 10 kilometers of one another. From Trikandiyur to Kudallur is not very far, 15 kilometers. So given this thing, I call it the Nila school. So the Nila school's work for me is characterized by great originality and for the first time to take mathematics away from its astronomical applications. But I'll come to that maybe later if there is time. But the original starting point is Aryabhata, and Aryabhata's mathematics was fully driven by astronomy, because he took the astronomical model from Alexandria, supplied the mathematics which was already developed in India, added to his own invention, such as, for example, trigonometry. So that's the reason why all these people were looking at trigonometric functions. So what he did was then to prepare a famous table called the sine table, in which for a certain set of values of an angle in a circle, he computed what we call the sine function. Now there is a very mysterious, very difficult to read, very elliptic verse of Aryabhata which says, we can do this for arcs of the circle, that is angles, which we can fix according to our wish, yatheshtani. Okay. In other words, arbitrarily. As modern language, modern mathematical language will say, for arbitrary angles, I want to compute the sine. Okay. Now, of course, he only computed it for steps of pi divided by 48. That is, the circle is divided into 96 equal parts.
He is also giving an approximate value for pi in Aryabhata.
Yeah, because you cannot do this without a value.
0.1416.
Yeah, there is a value. Aryabhata gave a value for pi. Not only did he give a value for pi, he also said it is proximate, not approximate. It's very close to it, the correct value, but it is not the correct value. So if he says that you can do it for arbitrary angles, somebody has to do it. For 900 years, nobody did it because many people misunderstood what Aryabhata meant. Like, for example, the first Bhaskara, not the Bhaskaracharya that we know famously. Even the Bhaskaracharya, in his actual work, he also says that you can make it small, but he never used the small angle values for the trigonometric functions. It is non-trivial to do it because the big change is that you can make them, you can cut them into smaller and smaller pieces and you can determine the function sign for each such piece. But Madhava's great genius lay in the fact that he said, I don't want to cut it into pieces. I want to do it for arbitrary values of the angle, not arbitrary divisions of the circle, but arbitrary but equal divisions of the circle, but arbitrary angles given any value of theta. It doesn't have to be of the form 2 pi divided by n multiplied by some number. Any value whatsoever. I want to know what the sine function is. To know that, since you're going to look for exact values of the sine, you want an exact value for pi. That is why he developed what is now called Gregory series, the value of pi. And that is in fact the derivation of that infinite series for pi is probably the most revolutionary step taken in Indian mathematics. I personally, it's a very, very powerful result.
A series is evaluated.
It's not just, first of all, to imagine that you can write an infinite series and give it mathematical sense. We don't know that it makes mathematical sense. I mean, in fact, it's the first time that it was done. Number one. Number two, to realize that you cannot give a value for pi in the form of, let's say, a rational expression. Okay, numerical expression divided by some fraction, sums of fractions, whatever. You cannot give a value for the angle theta as a rational function of tan theta. All of that is implicit in this. Then, to actually say, all right, I can't do all those things, what can I do? I can write an infinite series, and I can prove that it is exactly correct. So, so I think Madhava's greatness is no longer in question. For a long time, no one knew. You know, the amazing thing is that we have satellites named after Aryabhata. We have
in fact, satellite is named as Aryabhatta, not as Aryabhata.
That's a complicated question. We don't want to get into it. It's Aryabhata. It's they don't. You see, if you drop the last vocal Aryabhata, you say it Aryabhat, then you lose information about whether the last T is a T or a double T. And Bhatta, people were very fond of using it.
And in all the textbooks, whenever Aryabhata's name is mentioned, either by him or other people, it is always written as Aryabhata, not as Aryabhatta.
No, if Aryabhata, if you write it as Aryabhatta, then the verses won't scan, because Bhatta is Laghu Laghu, Bhatta is Guru Laghu. So, so it won't scan. So that is, you know, no one doubts that.
This people of this school considered the Grigori series expansion for pi as well as some other series which can be used to evaluate the value of pi.
Yeah.
But are they interested in the convergence of a series of an arbitrary series?
You are asking very technical questions, but I will answer.
For example, in I read that in this Aryabhatiya Bhashya of Nilakanta, some other series are also evaluated. For example, the geometric series.
You know, geometric series is a very elementary thing, you know, in the sense that the reason why he used it as for two reasons. One is the geometric series comes in the evaluation of the series for pi. Okay, because it comes as 1 over 1 plus t square. Secant square theta, you want to expand it in powers of tan theta. So you get 1 over 1 plus t square. So its Indian version requires exactly the same expansion. That's one reason. The other is the geometric series, for proper choice of the variable, is the most elementary example of a convergent infinite series. So Nilakanta used this series to illustrate the idea of what is meant by the sum of a convergent infinite series. In particular, he says at one point, it must attain but not overshoot the value. So it is a limit. It is to be understood as a limit. So for that reason, for that he actually used the, I think 1 over 1 minus 1 quarter or something like that as an example, as an illustration of
1 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 4 square, etc.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what he did. So so there were many such signposts to a very modern way of thinking. Not only that, there is, you know, so as I said, it's a very technical question. The tangent series, that is theta is t 1 minus 1 over t plus 1 over t cubed, 1 plus 1 over t cubed and so on, that converges only between 0 and pi by 4. At pi by 4, tangent theta is 1. Beyond pi by 4, it's greater than 1. So this series won't converge. It's already, it's on the edge of being convergent, because, you know, it's a conditionally convergent series. It's not absolutely convergent. If you change the minus signs to plus signs, series doesn't converge. So it's a borderline case. So Jeshtadeva says, all right, so what do we do when the angle is bigger than pi by 4? He said, then you must make sure that instead of expanding in sine theta divided by cosine theta, which is always less than 1, you must now expand everything in terms of cosine theta divided by sine theta, which is less than 1 for angle between pi by 4 and pi by 2. This is very, very clearly explained. So they were concerned with questions of convergence. They did not have, naturally, they did not have very sophisticated ideas of what is convergent, what is conditionally convergent. Those things are not there.
Power series for this sin x and cos x.
That was the goal, no? That was the holy grail. You wanted a power series for sine, and to get there, to make sense of it, you have to make power series for tan theta or pi. There the derivations are technically extremely complicated, very tricky, but in the light of what we learn in school calculus or college calculus, they can be streamlined into something also very, very original and very modern. Very original, very modern. But there are some ways in which this work differs from what we call calculus. Now, because we know calculus as developed by Newton and Leibniz, and they do it in a certain way. They get lost in what is meant by an infinitesimal. Such confusions are not there.
In an article, you are calling Yukti Bhasha the first textbook of calculus.
In one article, yeah, my very early article.
Is it a bit exaggeration? Claim?
Other people have asked me the same question, so I'm not.
When I read, I felt that it is a bit.
That's because you are a modern mathematician. You've been trained in the modern way of doing things. The reason why we think it is probably not calculus, is that when we learn calculus in college, we learn about general functions. You know, what is meant by a function, what is meant by a small change in the independent variable, how does it change the function itself, and then we go from there. Okay. Here you won't find any treatment of the general function. You will only find sine theta, cosine theta, theta as a function of tangent theta, and things like that. So my answer to this is, in Yukti Bhasha, there are derivations of the surface area and volume of a sphere, and this is not found in any other Nila textbook, nowhere else. Now, if you go through this and convert all the sentences into symbols and equations, you write it all down, what you get is what you learned in college and what I learned in college. Exactly, you take the sphere, divide it into an series of infinitely thin strips by latitudes, compute the area of the strip, pretending that there is no curvature, because you're going to take the limit in which the width is going to 0. Then add them up and take the limit at the end. That's exactly how I learned in college, and I think that's exactly how it is in the textbooks now. And the Yukti Bhasha proof is precisely that. So the point is not so much that they didn't work with general functions. The idea of a general function was just about crystallizing at that time. There are places where you can see the first signs of it, but generally speaking, they didn't have that. So they did it for all the functions they needed. It's like this. Newton and Leibniz did it for functions they knew. They did not prove the fundamental theorem of calculus was stated for one variable. It was not stated, as people state now, in the most differential geometric context as Stokes' theorem. That is, you take an n form, integrate it over on an n-dimensional manifold, take an n form, integrate it over the volume, and you get the n-1 form integrated over the surface. If you say that to Newton, he wouldn't understand what you're saying. Or theory of distributions. Okay, calculus is applicable to the theory of distribution.
Most of the modern mathematicians are interested in stating everything in the most general form. No, that's possible. That's
natural. I think that is the greatness of mathematics. They extend their horizons at every turn. But to say that what Madhava did is not calculus is like saying somebody who is working on, let's say, distribution theory, saying that what Newton did was not calculus. The same fundamental ideas, they are extended, as you say, more and more to bigger and bigger areas of domains of mathematics. That's the way I look at it. It's my view. Everybody will not agree with me.
I really enjoyed this discussion on the work of Kerala School of Mathematics, but unfortunately, due to some time constraints, we had to stop this episode, and we'll continue this discussion in the next episode.
Yeah, we can carry on.
Welcome to the session on Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant, one of the most influential philosophers of modern times, is well known for the Copernican revolution that he brought about in the field of epistemology. He was born and brought up in Königsberg and made University of Königsberg his domain of activities, at first as a student, then a lecturer, and finally professor. He never left the environs of Königsberg, never married, and led uneventful life of a scholar, which culminated in the publication of his monumental philosophical works, Critique of Pure Reason in 1781, Critique of Practical Reason 1788, and the Critique of Judgment in 1791, which alongside the other works form the three pillars of what is popularly known as his critical philosophy. These three critics have exerted a profound influence not only on subsequent philosophy, but rather on the entire intellectual climate of the West. The three Kantian concerns. Kant's philosophy can be characterized as an attempt to answer three fundamental questions. First, what can I know? Second, what ought I to do? And third, what may I hope for? The Copernican revolution. The first of these questions is what he addresses in the Critique of Pure Reason. According to him, the traditional concept of knowledge rests on a fundamental mistake. Both rationalists and empiricists conceptualize mind as something active, so that having been furnished with ideas, it would proceed to inspect them and issue judgments as to what the truths they can yield. In this conceptualization of mind, a more fundamental question has been overlooked. Thus, how is knowing brought about? Or, how does the mind work when it yields knowledge? Kant brings these questions back to focus, paving way to the Copernican revolution referred to before. Broadly, it consists in reversing the assumption that all knowledge must conform to objects, and proposing that in order to be known, the object must conform to certain conditions set by the cognitive apparatus of the subject. What are these conditions? Transcendental aesthetics and transcendental logic. Kant lays them bare by analyzing the traditional templates of knowledge known as truths of reason and truths of facts. Truths of reason are the ones whose denial would be self-contradictory, whereas the truths of facts require confirmation by experience. Kant called the former analytic judgments and the latter synthetic judgments. Thus, analytic judgments are known a priori, that is, prior to or independent of any act of confirmation by experience, whereas synthetic judgments are known only a posteriori, that is, after some act of confirmation. For example, the proposition all bachelors are unmarried is analytic, whereas the proposition 15th of August 2015 is a Saturday is synthetic. The former does not yield any new knowledge and is simply true on the principle of non-contradiction, whereas the latter does yield knowledge and requires verification by reference. But this classification does not exhaust the realm of human knowledge, and there is a peculiar combination of these two, which in fact form the fundamental framework of the very process of knowing. According to Kant, there are some judgments which are synthetic, that is, convey some information, and yet are a priori, that is, are true without verification. Kant calls them synthetic a priori judgment, and through an analysis as to the tenability of them, he establishes the cornerstone ideas of his philosophical enterprise. The statement, every event has a cause, for Kant is a typical case of a synthetic a priori judgment. But how is this so? Now, this has a subtle connection with the way human mind works. As indicated before, though the mind plays an active role in the construction of knowledge, it's not a free and unconditioned engagement for it. Rather, there is a certain modality and conceptuality within which it should function, if at all it has to. Causality is such a fundamental mode and concept of operation for the human mind. Thus, By way of affirming the above synthetic a priori judgment, we are simply recognizing the fact that an uncaused event would not be acceptable to the mind, rendering it unthinkable. Now, that the synthetic a priori judgments are essential prerequisites for the working of human mind, there are two fundamental concepts which lay at the base of even them. They are the concepts of time and space. All events presuppose these concepts. Space is the condition of all possible material objects, and all events happen in time. Hence, these concepts are different from others, and Kant designates them to be the pure forms of sensibility. They are pure because they are not dependent on any particular experience, rather are presupposed in all experience. Formal because they are unaffected by the content of experience, and still they reveal themselves only through the medium of sensible experience. Kant entitles this new doctrine of space and time transcendental aesthetics, where aesthetic simply means sense perceptible, and transcendental stands for fact of time and space transcending any particular sense perception. Supplementing the transcendental aesthetics is his transcendental logic, which along with the former establishes the conditions of human cognitive apparatus which we had set out for in the beginning. Just like the pure forms of sensibility, mind also has pure concepts of understanding, which Kant, borrowing a term from Aristotle, calls categories of understanding. Unlike the former, they are fundamental for the assimilation of sense perceptions as subjective experience. The categories include the basic concepts of: first, quantity, unity, plurality and totality; second, quality, reality, negation and limitation; third, relation in terms of inherence, causality and reciprocity; and finally, modality in terms of possibility or impossibility, existence or non-existence, necessity or contingency. True to the way Kant named them, they could be put in one-to-one correspondence with Aristotelian syllogistic statements as shown in the table. For example, the statement "all birds can fly" could be subjected to an analysis with respect to the table shown. When viewed from the quantity point of view, the statement qualifies as universal, referring to unity. Similarly, it may refer to a few particular ones or a singular one, qualifying itself to be referring to plurality or totality respectively, and so on, with the other categories as well. One must not think of pure concepts of understanding as if they were independent of all experience. They are declared to be pure not because they somehow can exist and operate by themselves, but because they are present in all experience as its indispensable conditions. Kant repeatedly emphasizes that the categories are logical categories. They are the ways in which we see the world, not instruments which transform or distort the world. They are a priori but not temporally prior. It is not the case that the mind at birth is equipped with the categories themselves with sense experience added later. The discovery of categories is a result of a logical analysis of experience. Further, these categories appear to have a more extended application than space and time, but Kant warns us that such application will be a mistake. Many philosophers, for instance, have committed the folly of using the concept of causality in talking and devising proofs about God, who, as they also claim, is neither in space nor in time. The use of categories, therefore, is to be restricted to spatio-temporal objects or appearances, whereby appearances Kant means objective phenomena, accessible to and knowable by everyone under normal conditions. He terms them as phenomena, whereas the things in themselves or noumena are inaccessible to human knowledge, in the sense that they don't conform to the requirements of our cognitive apparatus. Hence, they can only be thought about but not known. Once the foundational role played by pure forms of sensibility and categories of understanding is grasped properly, the functionality of synthetic a priori judgments in the formation of valid knowledge becomes clearer. We have already seen the case of causality. Another prime candidate is the idea of substance that has been a perennial philosophical issue. In fact, just like the idea of causality, substance is also a category of the mind. Substance is not something mysterious worth calling I know not what, like Locke did, but the power of the mind to hold together an indefinite number of properties. Transcendental unity of a perception. Having elucidated the working of the mind strictly in logical terms, and having demarcated the logical powers of the mind from its psychological powers, Kant moves on to discover another mysterious entity, the I or the self. True to his logical rigor, Kant formulates the I or self to be the transcendental unity of a perception, whereby he means the ability to focus on our experience as unified in our own perceptions of them. It is termed transcendental to distinguish from the empirical or psychological self something that can be discovered in sensation and reflection. The self that he talks about is also strictly logical. The self that holds all the experiences together, sees them in the order of their succession, remembers the past events and anticipates the future. This self accompanies all our perceptions, which implies that the self and the world arise together. There is no self without the world, and no world in the sense of organized unified structure without the self. Kant terms the activity of the mind in holding together and connecting the logical and sensory contents of experience as synthesis. This synthesis is three-phased, consisting of apprehension, reproduction and recognition. The first grasping of connections in your surroundings is apprehension. But for thinking to take place, a continued reproduction of whatever is grasped is needed, and recognition is the ability to re-identify the same when it appears after some interval of time. All these are again strictly logical in terms of pure forms of sensibility and categories of understanding. Then the question remains, what about the psychological self and the so-called spiritual self or the soul? Unlike his predecessors, Kant is very ingenious on answering these questions. For him, the body and the mind are a unity, and that unity is expressed in one's memory of past episodes, the grasp of the present situation, and in the anticipation and plans for the future. And in fact, this expression is facilitated by the stability of the world. Thus, every individual's experience of the psychological self is necessarily tied up with his or her experience of the world. That experience is at the base of the conviction of being an individual, with definite location in space and time, differentiated from other individuals, human and non-human, and pursuing one's own personal goals within the total structure of one's environment. Turning to the idea of soul and its attributed permanence, true to the spirit of enlightenment, Kant rationalizes the whole idea by demarcating the legitimate and the illegitimate. As long as a person is alive and manifests all the characteristic capacities, permanence of human personality cannot be denied. But when he or she ceases to function as a person, that is to think, to feel, to be conscious, that is to be aware of the world, it is unintelligible and hence illegitimate to continue talking about the permanence of his or her soul. Thus, on theoretical grounds, absolute permanence or the immortality of the soul cannot be affirmed. It is at this juncture that Kant ventures to answer the second and third questions mentioned in the beginning, was what ought I to do and what I may hope for? The categorical imperative. Kant lays bare his position on morality in two key works, Foundations of the Metaphysics of Morals, written in 1785, and The Critique of Practical Reason, written in 1788. He takes for granted that the concept of something that is good without qualification is present in our conception of morality, and he argues that that something is nothing but a good will. And a good will is present in a human rational agent if and only if the agent's reason for doing the right thing is that it is the right thing to do. But how do we know that it is the right thing to do? Not every rule of action can yield a moral motive. We can determine what is willing in the right way by applying a principle that Kant calls the categorical imperative. He offers several formulations of this categorical imperative. The one that is most discussed is the principle of universalization, which states that I should always act in such a way that I am able at the same time to will that the maxim of my action be a universal law of nature. According to the second formulation, I should treat humanity, whether in my own person or that of anybody else, never merely as a means, but always also as an end. This implies respect for persons, but also self-respect. It rules out slavery and servility alike. A third formulation of the categorical imperative, claimed by Kant to follow from the two earlier ones, is that we are not only bound by the moral law, but can also regard ourselves as the authors of this law. Insofar as morality has any validity at all, we must regard ourselves as truly autonomous. This concept of autonomy, according to Kant, is coextensive with the concept of freedom. So morality requires freedom. Therefore, we must assume that we are free insofar as we are moral or rational beings. Transcendental ideas. In what has been said hitherto, we have already mentioned and made use of the ideas of God, freedom and immortality in varying contexts. But we have noticed that they don't fit neatly into the logical scheme of Kantian epistemology. Then for Kant, what do these terms signify? The essay of 1793, titled Religion Within the Limits of Reason Alone, dwells upon these matters. Kant calls these ideas transcendental ideas. They do not afford any kind of knowledge beyond that which is possible through space and time and the categories. They can give rise only to a kind of rational faith. We have seen that freedom is a genuine concept to which theoretical reason leads us, which we can only realize in our moral experience. Furthermore, morality and freedom also give us the right to believe in the reality of other transcendental ideas, those of God and immortality. Without immortality and God, we will be condemned to moral despair. Moral action makes us deserving of happiness, but frequently does not lead to happiness in this world. If we want to establish a connection between the two, we must assume that they will be made to coincide by God in the long run. That is how the faith is rational, and the objects of such faith are what one may reasonably hope for. Now let's summarize this session. Bringing about a Copernican revolution in epistemology, Kant showed that knowledge has some conditions imposed on it by the nature of mind. Mind makes nature possible, in the sense that it shows us under what circumstances we may claim to possess objective knowledge about the world. The world so known consists in the phenomena, and on the other side of them we have the noumena, to which human knowledge has no access, but which are still thinkable. However, the noumena are accessible to us in our moral experience through our ability to act from the categorical imperative. Moral experience also allows us to postulate immortality and God's existence, but these postulates are not objects of knowledge, but merely rational faith. Based on what we have discussed so far, I would like you to do some assignments. 1. Prepare a chart of propositions which exemplifies the Kantian scheme of correspondence between various kinds of judgments and the categories. 2. Self and the world arise together. Analyze this Kantian proposition in the light of personal experience. 3. Do you agree with the Kantian position on religion morality? If yes, why? If no, what would be your alternative view? Elucidate. Now it suggests some works for further reading and reference. The works of Immanuel Kant, edited by Paul Guyer and Ellen W. Wood, published by Cambridge University Press in 1999. Another, Kant, a biography by Manfred Kuhen, published by Cambridge University Press in 2001. The Cambridge Companion to Kant, published in 1992 by Cambridge University Press. Now some web links: ebooks.adelaide.edu and a 3-minute philosophy Immanuel Kant available on YouTube. Immanuel Kant Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy available at plateau.stanford.edu, and Immanuel Kant Online Library of Liberty available at oll.libertyfront.org. Thank you for watching this session. We will meet again in another session with a newer topic. Till then, goodbye.
Hi friends, now we are going to introduce the concept of an analytic function. A function f of the complex variable set is analytic at a point z0 if it has a derivative at each point in some neighborhood of z0. In other words, f is analytic at z0, f analytic at z0 if its derivative exists not only at z0 but also at each point z in some neighborhood of z0. If f is analytic at a point z0, it must be analytic at each point in some neighborhood of z0. We have definition: a function f of the complex variable set is analytic, or we can say regular or holomorphic in an open set if it has a derivative at each point in that set. If we should speak of a function f that is analytic in a set S which is not open, it is to be understood that f is analytic in an open set containing S. We have f z is equal to z square. For an example, f z is equal to z square is analytic everywhere. Next, suppose we have f z is equal to mod z square. It is not analytic at any point since its derivative exists only at z is equal to 0. Only the point z is equal to 0 and not throughout any neighborhood. For reference, we have examples 3 and 5 in the session 4. If f z is equal to z square is not analytic at z is equal to 0, though its derivative exists there. The reason is that it is not possible to find a neighborhood of 0 such that the derivative of f at each point in that neighborhood exists. Next, we have an entire function. An entire function is a function that is analytic at each point in the entire complex plane. So, next we have a theorem, that is, if p is a polynomial in set of degree n greater than or equal to 0 given by, we have pz. As a polynomial, we can write pz is equal to a0 plus a1z plus etc. plus an z raised to n, where of course we have an not equal to 0. Here n is always greater than or equal to 0. Then p is differentiable at all points set and P dash Z is equal to A1 plus 2A2Z plus etc. plus here we have n, last term n A n Z raised to n minus 1, where of course A n not is equal to 0. Proof. For n is equal to 1, 2 etc. up to n, we have limit h tending to 0 z plus h whole raised to n minus z raised to n by h we can write as, that is limit h tending to 0 z plus h whole square, not whole square, it is whole raised to n, minus z raised to n power n divided by h is equal to, again limit h tending to 0, we can write z plus h whole raised to n minus z raised to n as, it is z plus h minus z plus h minus z into z plus h whole raised to n minus 1 into z etc. plus the last term we have z raised to n minus 1 and whole divided by what? H. Since we have the formula a raised to n minus b raised to n is equal to, using that formula a raised to n minus b raised to n is equal to a minus b into a raised to n minus 1 plus a raised to n minus 2 into b plus etc. plus b raised to n minus 1. This is equal to limit h tending to 0. Thus I can split as limit h tending to 0. First term is z plus h whole raised to n minus 1. Z plus h whole raised to n minus 1 plus z plus h whole raised to n minus 2 into z plus etc. The last term is z raised to n minus 1. This I can write as, this is our n z raised to n minus 1, n times z raised to n minus 1. Thus p dash z, thus I can write p dash z is equal to limit h tending to 0, usual definition p of z plus h minus p of z by h. This is equal to, using this I can write this is equal to a1 into h tending to 0, first one a1 into limit h tending to 0 z plus h minus z by h plus next term plus etc. plus the last term we have an, again limit h tending to 0, but we have z plus h whole raised to n into n minus z raised to n whole divided by h. This is equal to, we can write, which is equal to a1 plus 2a2z plus etc. plus we have n z raised to n minus 1. Next we have an example of polynomial function. By the previous theorem, derivative of a polynomial exists everywhere, and hence it follows that every polynomial is an entire function. In particular, 1 z square etc. up to z raised to n. This 1 z square etc. up to z raised to n, and the polynomial pz is equal to polynomial Pz is equal to a0 plus a1 set plus etc. plus an z raised to n. Here we have capital N. An z raised to n, of course an not equal to 0 are analytic functions. Next we have a rational function example. The quotient of two polynomials Pz and Qz, that is Fz is equal to Pz by Qz, where we assume that common factors of P and Q have been cancelled, is called a rational function. This function is analytic except at the points where Qz is equal to 0. For Qz is equal to 0, it is not analytic. Next we have a definition. That is, if a function fails to be analytic at a point z0, but is analytic at some point in every neighborhood of z0, then that z0 is called a singular point or singularity of f. It's very important. Singular point. Next we have an example. We know that d by dz of z raised to n is equal to n z raised to n minus 1. This we have already discussed. D by dz of z raised to n is equal to n z raised to n minus 1 when n is negative integer provided z not equal to 0. In particular, with n is equal to minus 1, the function fz is equal to n is equal to minus 1, the function fz is equal to 1 by z, or z not equal to 0. Has derivative, we have the derivative of 1 by z is equal to minus 1 by z square. Hence, f is analytic at every point except for z is equal to 0, where it is not even defined. Hence, the point z is equal to 0 is the singular point. Here, z is equal to 0. For fz, here it is z is equal to 0 is the singular point. Next, we have an example. Fz is equal to mod z square. It has no singular point since it is nowhere analytic. We have necessary condition for analyticity. A necessary condition but not sufficient condition for a function f to be analytic in a domain D is clearly the continuity of f throughout D. Satisfaction of the Cauchy-Riemann equations is also necessary but not sufficient. The following example illustrate this. Sufficient condition for analyticity in D will be discussed in later chapters. Now we have to show using two-path test that the function fz is equal to f of x plus iy, which is equal to square root of new function square root of mod xy, is not analytic at the origin, even though Cauchy-Riemann equations are satisfied at that point. We write the function as fz is equal to uxy plus I into vxy, which is equal to, I can write this as square root of mod xy plus I0. So that my uxy here it is square root of mod xy, and what about vxy? Here vxy is equal to 0, of course. At the origin, dou u by dou x is equal to the origin we have dou u by dou x is equal to limit x tending to 0 u x0 minus u00 by x, which is equal to what? Limit x tending to 0, we have 0 minus 0 by x. So this is again equal to 0. And dou u by dou y, we can write limit y tending to 0 u0y minus u00 by y. Here we have dou u by dou y. So it is u0y minus u00 by y, which is again it is a limit y tending to 0, 0 minus 0 by y, which is again equal to 0. Similarly, we have dou v by dou x is equal to 0. Dou v by dou x is equal to 0, and also dou v by dou y is equal to 0 at the origin. Hence, Cauchy-Riemann equations are satisfied at the origin. If possible, suppose f is differentiable at 0. It means that f dash 0 is equal to limit z tending to 0 fz minus f of 0 by divided by z, which is equal to limit z tending to 0. We have square root of mod xy minus f of 0 divided by x plus iy. Now let z tending to 0 along the path y is equal to mx, that is through the path y is equal to mx, that is f dash of 0 is equal to, we have limit z tending to 0 square root of x into mx, that is here we have y is equal to mx square root of here mod x into mx minus 0 divided by x plus iy. Instead of y I can write x plus I into mx, which is equal to limit z tending to 0, I can take x outside, x into square root of mod m divided by x into 1 plus im. This is equal to limit z tending to 0, square root of mod m divided by 1 plus im. I can cancel this x and x. So it is square root of mod m by 1 plus im, which is equal to what? Which is equal to again square root of mod m by 1 plus im. This limits depends on m, and so it is not unique. So fz is not differentiable at z is equal to 0. Hence fz is not analytic at the origin. We have some rules of analytic functions. The derivatives of the sum and product of two functions exist wherever the functions themselves have derivatives. Thus we have the following results. One theorem: if two functions are analytic in a domain D, their sum and product are both analytic in D. Next we have The quotient of two functions is analytic in D, provided the function in the denominator does not vanish at any point in D. In particular, the quotient Pz by Qz that is the quotient Pz by Qz of two polynomials is analytic in any domain throughout which what this Qz not equal to 0. Composition of two analytic functions is analytic. More precisely, suppose that a function fz is analytic in a domain D and that the image of D under the transformation W is equal to fz. Fz is contained in the domain of definition of a function GW then the composition G f of z, that is here we have the composition G of f of z. G of f of z is analytic in D and it has a derivative d by dz of the composition G f of z, which is equal to G dash f of z into f dash of z. The proof of the above follows from the chain rule for the derivative of a composition function. Next theorem is that if f dash z is equal to 0 everywhere in a domain D, then fz must be constant throughout D. We can write fz is equal to, that is we can write this fz is equal to uxy plus I into vxy. Uxy plus I into vxy. Mark it as equation number 1. If the function is differentiable at the point z0, using formula for obtaining derivative, we have f dash z0 which is equal to ux x0 y0 plus I vx into x0 y0. Equation number 2. By the assumption f dash z is equal to 0 for any z in D, hence from equation 2 we have for any xy in D we have ux plus I vx is equal to 0. That is here it is equal to 0. Also by the Cauchy-Riemann equation we have what we have ux is equal to vy and also uy is equal to minus vx. 3 gives vy minus, so 3 gives vy minus iuy is equal to 0. By using this equation from 3 we get vy minus iuy is equal to 0. We can write it as equation number 4. From this 3 and 4 equating real and imaginary part, we obtained ux is equal to uy which is equal to vx again which is equal to vy which is equal to 0 at each point in D. Next we show that uxy is constant along any line segment L extending from a point P to a point P dash and lying entirely in D. That is here we have a figure P dash, Q, U, L, S. This is our domain D. This is of course our x axis and this is our y axis. That is, let S denote the distance along L from the point P, and let U denote the unit vector along L. That is, here U is the unit vector. It is along L in the direction of increasing S. We know from calculus that the differential derivative, that is du by ds, can be written as the dot product as du by ds is equal to, we can write this is equal to grad u dot u. This is our unit vector u. Mark it as equation number 5 from calculus, where grad u is the gradient vector, or we can say grad u is equal to, which is equal to dou u by dou x into I plus dou u by dou y into j, which is equal to uxi plus uyj. Mark it as equation number 6. So, the fact that ux and uy are 0 everywhere in D implies that grad u is a 0 vector at all points on L. Hence, it follows from equation number 5 that the derivative du by ds is 0 along L, and this means that u is constant on L. Finally, since there is always a finite number of such line segments joined end to end connecting any 2 points P and Q in D, the values of u at P and Q must be the same. We may conclude then that there is a real constant A such that uxy is equal to A throughout D. Similarly, vxy is equal to B, and it follows that we can write fz is equal to what? A plus ib at each point in D. That is, fz is a constant throughout D. Next example, verify analyticity using differentiation formula. That is, fz is equal to z square plus 4 by divided by z square minus 3 into z square plus 1. This is our solution, that the quotient, this fz is equal to z square plus 4 by z square minus 3 into z square plus 1 can be written as fz is equal to z square plus 4 divided by, I can use the formula a square minus b square is equal to a plus b into a minus b. Here I can write it as z minus square root of 3 into z plus square root of 3 into z minus I into z plus I. It is not defined at the points z is equal to plus or minus root 3 and z is equal to plus or minus I. At all other points in the complex plane, by quotient rule and product rule of differentiation, f is differentiable. Hence, analytic at each point where it is defined. That is, f is analytic throughout the complex plane except for the singular point z is equal to plus or minus root 3 and plus or minus I. Differentiation formulas need to be applied only if the expression for f dash z is wanted. That is, when a function is given in terms of its component function uxy and vxy, that is uxy and vxy. Its analyticity can be demonstrated by direct application of the Cauchy-Riemann equation. Now we have verifying analytic using Cauchy-Riemann equation. We have an example. That is fz is equal to, the question is cos hx into cos y, cos hx into cos y plus I sin hx into sin y. This is my fz. Here the component functions are, here we have uxy, it is equal to cos hx cos y, this is my uxy, cos hx cos y, and vxy is equal to the other one, that is sin hx sin y, because here ux, that is dou u by dou x is equal to sin hx cos y cos y, which is equal to vy, and uy is equal to, that is dou u by dou y, which is equal to minus cos hx sin y, that is equal to what? Minus vx. So everywhere it is clear that f is entire. Next we have a function fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy and its conjugate, or that is conjugate fz bar, which is equal to uxy minus ivxy, are both analytic in a given domain D. We have to show that fz must be constant throughout D. That is the function fz. Here it is fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy and fz bar, which is equal to, that we know, uxy minus ivxy. I have to show that fz must be constant. We write fz bar is equal to, that is fz whole bar is equal to uxy plus I into vxy. Where we have uxy is equal to uxy, this is our capital U and capital V. So capital uxy is equal to uxy and capital vxy is equal to, I can write capital vxy is equal to minus vxy. Equation number 1. Because of the analyticity of fz, the Cauchy-Riemann equation ux is equal to uy is equal to minus vx, that is equation number 2, hold in D, and the analyticity of fz conjugate in D tells us, using the Cauchy-Riemann equation, that ux is equal to vy, that is ux is equal to vy and uy is equal to minus vx. Equation number 3. In view of relations 1, equations 3 can also be written as ux is equal to minus vy and uy is equal to vx. This is our equation number 4. From 2 and 3 we have ux is equal to uy and ux is equal to minus vy, which on adding gives, we have 2ux is equal to 0, that is ux is equal to 0 in D. Similarly, subtraction involving corresponding sides of the second of equations 2 and 4 reveals that Vx is equal to 0. Now using expressions 3, that is formula for finding f dash of z naught in terms of the partial derivatives, we obtain f dash z is equal to f dash z is equal to, we can write this is equal to ux plus I Vx, which is equal to what? 0 plus I 0, which is equal to 0. And it follows from theorem 4 that fz is constant throughout D. Next we have an example. If fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy as usual be an analytic function, then prove the following, that is uxy is equal to a constant implies, that is uxy a constant implies that fz is a constant. Second one, vxy is equal to a constant implies fz is constant. Similarly, we have vxy is a constant implies fz is constant. Next, mod fz is equal to a constant implies fz is constant. Next one, argument of fz is equal to a constant implies fz is constant. That is first one uxy, next one vxy is a constant implies fz is a constant. The third one we have mod fz as a constant, which implies fz is a constant. Next one, argument of fz equal to a constant implies what? Fz is a constant. Solution: uxy is equal to a constant implies dou u by dou x is equal to 0, dou u by dou y is equal to 0. Then using Cauchy-Riemann equations we obtain what? Dou v by dou x is equal to minus dou u by dou y, which is equal to 0, and dou v by dou y is equal to dou u by dou x, which is again equal to 0. Hence v is also a constant. Therefore our fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy is a constant. Second one, proceed as similar as first one. Third one, we have mod fz is equal to 0. Third one, mod fz is equal to 0. That means fz is equal to 0, a constant. Hence it remains to consider the case when mod fz is equal to a non-zero constant. That is, mod fz is a non-zero constant implies that mod u plus iv is a constant, which implies what? We can write square root of u square plus v square is a constant. That is, this we can write u square plus v square is a constant. Differentiating, we have u square plus v square equal to c. Partially with respect to x we obtain that u into dou u by dou x plus u into dou u by dou x plus v into dou v by dou x equal to 0. This is our equation number 1. Also differentiating, u square plus v square is equal to c partially with respect to y. We get u into dou u by dou y plus v into dou v by dou y is again equal to a constant 0. This is our equation number 2. Using Cauchy-Riemann equations, the equation 1 and 2 gives u into dou u by dou x minus v into dou u by dou y is equal to 0, and u into dou u by dou y plus v into dou u by dou x is equal to 0. By multiplying these two equations by u and v respectively and adding, we get u square plus v square, adding we get u square plus v square into dou u by dou x is equal to 0. Since mod fz is a non-zero constant, we have u square plus v square is a non-zero constant, and the above implies dou u by dou z is equal to 0. By a similar process, we can show that dou u by dou y is equal to 0, dou v by dou x is equal to 0, dou v by dou y is equal to 0, all equal to 0. Dou u by dou y again equal to 0, dou v by dou x is equal to 0, and dou v by dou y is equal to 0. Hence, u and v are constant, and hence fz is a constant. As in the previous example, we consider a function f that is analytic throughout a given domain D, and such that the modulus mod fz is constant throughout D. We prove that fz is a constant throughout D. For that, we take mod fz is equal to c for all z in D, where c is a real constant. Case 1, if c is equal to 0, it follows that fz is equal to 0 everywhere in D. That is if c is equal to 0, I have fz is equal to 0 everywhere in D. If c not equal to 0, case 2, using the fact that for a complex number w conjugate is equal to mod w square, we have fz conjugate is equal to mod fz square, which is equal to c square. fz conjugate is equal to c square, and this tells us that fz is never 0 in D, for otherwise c equal to 0, a contradiction. Hence, we can divide this equation number 1 by fz and obtain fz conjugate or fz bar is equal to c square by fz for all z in D. The numerator and denominator of the quotient on the RHS of this equation are differentiable throughout D. Hence, by quotient rule of differentiation, it follows that fz conjugate is analytic everywhere in D. Now, the analyticity of fz and fz conjugate throughout D implies, using that example, that fz is constant throughout D. Fourth one, we note that argument of fz is equal to tan inverse v by x. Tan inverse v by not x, v by u. Hence, argument of fz is equal to c, a constant, implies that tan inverse v by u is equal to a constant c, which implies v by u is equal to tan c, which is equal to, that is, u is equal to, we can write u is equal to v cot c. Setting cot c is equal to k, we see that u minus kv is equal to 0, unless v is identically 0. But u minus kv is the real part of 1 plus ik into u plus iv, which is equal to 1 plus ik into fz. Hence, it follows from the first one that 1 plus ik into fz is a constant. Hence, we can conclude that fz is also constant. Next, we have an example that find an analytic function whose real part is e raised to x into x cos y minus y sin y, and which takes the value e at z is equal to 1. If the desired function is fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy, then we have uxy is equal to we can write uxy is equal to e raised to x into x cos y minus y sin y. Hence, dou u by dou x is equal to, that is differentiating with respect to x, we have e raised to x cos y, e raised to x cos y plus e raised to x into x cos y minus y sin y. Which is equal to, I can write this as e raised to x plus x e raised to x into, that is I am taking this cos terms together into cos y minus y sin y e raised to x. Equation number 1. Similarly, we have dou u by dou y also. Dou u by dou y is equal to minus x into e raised to x into sin y minus e raised to x into sin y plus y cos y. That is minus x into e raised to x into sin y, e raised to x into sin y minus e raised to x into, in the brackets we have sin y plus y cos y. This is equation number 2. Using the Cauchy-Riemann equations, dou u by dou x is equal to dou v by dou y. This equation 1 implies that dou v by dou y is equal to e raised to x plus x e raised to x cos y minus y sin y into e raised to x. This is equal to what? Dou v by dou y. Integrate, this is equation number 3. Okay. Then integrating 3 with respect to y, we have this v is equal to, integrating this equation we get v is equal to e raised to x plus x e raised to x into sin y minus e raised to x into minus y cos y minus integrating 1 minus cos y into dy plus hx, which is equal to e raised to x plus x e raised to x sin y, e raised to x into, that is e raised to x in x plus x e raised to x into sin y, first term, plus e raised to x into y cos y e raised to x into y cos y minus e raised to x sin y, and the last term is plus hx, a function of x, which is equal to, simplification we get, which is equal to x e raised to x sin y plus e raised to x y cos y plus a function hx. This is our equation number 4. Differentiating with respect to x, the above yields dou v by dou x is equal to, we can write dou v by dou x, which is equal to x e raised to x sin y plus y cos y e raised to x plus e raised to x sin y, then what? Plus h dash of x. Equation number 5. Using the Cauchy-Riemann equations, dou u by dou y is equal to minus dou v by dou x. Equation number 2 implies that dou v by dou x is equal to x e raised to x into sin y plus e raised to x into sin y plus cos y cos y. The LHS of 5 and the 6 are the same, therefore RHS of them are also same. That is x e raised to x into sin y plus y cos y e raised to x plus e raised to x into sin y plus h dash of x is equal to x e raised to x into sin y plus e raised to x into sin y plus y cos y, h dash x is equal to 0. That implies h dash x equal to 0, which implies that h of x is equal to c, a constant. Hence, equation number 4 implies V is equal to x e raised to x sin y plus e raised to x y cos y plus c. That is, hence fz is equal to u plus iv can be written as fz is equal to, instead of u I can write e raised to x into x cos y plus I sin y plus y into minus sin y plus I cos y plus ic. That is equal to e raised to x that is equal to e raised to x into x e raised to x plus iy into in the brackets we have cos y plus I sin y what plus ic. This is equal to e raised, I am taking e raised to x outside, that is e raised to x into x e raised to iy plus iy into e raised to iy plus ic. That is e raised to x into, this I can write as e raised to x into x plus iy into e raised to iy plus ic. That is e raised to x plus iy into x plus iy plus ic, or I can write this is equal to e raised to z into z plus ic. It is equation number 7. By the given condition, when z is equal to 1, fz is equal to e. Hence, from the equation number 7, we get e is equal to f of 1, which is equal to e plus ic. Hence, ic is equal to 0 implies c is equal to 0. Hence, we have fz is equal to z e raised to z. Next, we have an example that if a function is analytic, show that it is independent of z bar. For that, let the function be w is equal to fz. It is as usual uxy plus ivxy. To show that it is independent of z bar, we have to show that dw by dz bar is equal to 0. For that, let z is equal to x plus iy and z bar is equal to x minus iy. Therefore, x is equal to I can write x is equal to z plus z bar by 2, and also y is equal to z minus z bar by 2i. Regarding x and y as functions of the two variables z and z bar, we have the following partial derivatives. That is, dou x by dou z bar is equal to 1 by 2 and dou z by dou z bar is equal to minus 1 by 2i. Now, differentiating the first equation with respect to z bar, we have dw by dz bar is equal to dw by dz bar, which is equal to dou u by dou z bar plus I into dou v by dou z bar. Equation number 2. Now, applying the chain rule, we have dou u by dou z bar is equal to dou u by dou x into dou x by dou z bar plus dou u by dou y into dou y by dou z bar, which is equal to 1 by 2 times dou u by dou x minus 1 by 2 I into dou u by dou y. And again, dou v by dou z bar is as usual dou v by dou x into dou x by dou z bar plus dou v by dou y into dou y by dou z bar, which is again equal to 1 by 2 into dou v by dou x minus 1 by 2 I into dou v by dou y. Putting these values in the expression 2 of the theorem 4, we obtain dw by dz bar, dw by dz bar, which is equal to 1 by 2 into dou u by dou x minus what dou v by dou y minus 1 by 2i. We have 1 by 2i into, in the brackets we have dou u by dou y plus dou v by dou y, which is equal to 0 using Cauchy-Riemann equation, which is equal to 0. This is by using Cauchy-Riemann equations. We have ux is equal to vy and uy is equal to minus vx. Hence, w is independent of z bar. So, in this session, we discussed a lot about analytic function and rules for analytic functions and then so many examples. Next time, we will discuss some other topics regarding this complex analysis. Till then, take care.
for balancing the cycle we need practice, and we have to constantly adjust the handlebar and avoid falling.
Balancing the cycle? No, I don't have exact idea of balancing.
Balancing means you just ride on, that's it.
You have to look forward, keep your body straight, and then you need practice.
First of all, keep our cycle in balance, then keep the handle in position, then ride out.
Balancing the cycle means maintain the center of gravity of the cycle and our body, center of gravity of our body in a straight line.
As you just saw, some were uncertain and some were absolutely wrong in answering a simple question as to how one maintains the balance on a bicycle. Maintaining the center of gravity, controlling the handlebar were some of the answers. But these won't help the rider maintain the balance when the bicycle is not in motion. In fact, what helps the rider maintain the balance is the motion. This is why it is easy to balance on a bicycle which is in motion and nearly impossible when it stops. Here, it is the motion that is important, not the rider. Even without a rider, a bicycle can maintain balance as long as it is in motion. Why a bicycle? Even a single wheel maintains balance when it is rolling. This is a feature common to all spinning or rotating bodies. In fact, there are two interesting features in all spinning bodies. One is known as the gyroscopic inertia and the other the precision. First, let us explore what the gyroscopic inertia is all about. A spinning top, a simple toy of children. When it is spinning, it maintains an upright position. When its speed decreases, it tumbles. Similar is the case of a rolling coin. It does not fall as long as it is rolling. That is because these bodies are rotating about a particular axis known as axis of rotation. And it is a tendency of a rotating body to keep the direction of the axis of rotation unchanged. This feature is called the gyroscopic inertia. Inertia is the tendency of a body to continue in its state of rest or of uniform motion. To change a given state, an external force is required. Force is required to move, to change the direction, or even to stop. Likewise, gyroscopic inertia is the inertia possessed by a rotating or a spinning body. A force will be required to change its velocity or direction. The direction of its rotation is given by its axis. The direction of the axis remains unaltered in all spinning objects. When the top slows down, it begins to lose its gyroscopic inertia, which was keeping its axis unchanged. Gyroscopic inertia can be demonstrated through a simple experiment. A record hung from a string can be swung back and forth in a smooth, even manner like a pendulum. But if the record is given a spin and then swung, the movement will not be smooth. Like this record, all spinning bodies will resist any force that tries to change its direction of axis of rotation. What prevents it from swinging smoothly is its gyroscopic inertia. It's the same gyroscopic inertia which helps a rider balance the bicycle. The rotating wheel gains gyroscopic inertia, which keeps the wheel steady in the vertical position. It was French physicist Foucault who explained the concept of the gyroscopic inertia in the 19th century. To demonstrate this principle, he devised an instrument and named it the gyroscope. The word gyre means rotation and scope means view. The device consists of a wheel called the rotor, which is mounted on a support system. The support system consists of two circular frames. The frames and the wheel together can rotate in 1, 2 and 3 mutually perpendicular planes. The frames permit the wheel to tilt freely in any direction and rotate about any axis when it is made to rotate. Even if the gyro is tilted or rotated, the wheel will keep pointing in the same direction because of its gyroscopic inertia. When the wheel is static, there is no gyroscopic inertia, and so the wheel cannot maintain its position along the same direction. The magnitude of the inertia is proportional to the weight of the rotor and the distribution of the weight. It also increases with the velocity of rotation. The gyroscopic inertia can serve an important purpose of finding the direction. Instead of the magnetic needle, a gyroscope can be used as a sensitive element of a compass. Such a compass is called a gyrocompass. Sailors have been using gyrocompasses since early 20th century. Today, there are advanced versions of gyrocompasses, but their basic structure is the same. In some versions, the rotor is set floating in a liquid medium through which electricity is supplied. It is rotated at a high speed of about 9,000 rotations per minute. The gyroscopes used in ships have extra mechanisms to make them north-seeking. When the gyro is activated, the rotor will start rotating and its axis will gradually settle in the direction of the true north. In the display unit of the gyro compass, the needle indicates the course of the ship with respect to the true north. A repeater display unit of the gyro compass located in the steering section of the ship helps the crew navigate along the course towards the destination. Unlike an ordinary magnetic compass, a gyro compass is not affected by iron and other magnetic materials. Yet another feature of the gyro compass is that it can be interfaced with other navigational equipment such as the Global Positioning System. The gyro compass makes use of the ability of the gyroscope to maintain its axis in the same direction. But the gyroscope can maintain its axis even when it is tilted. This feature of the gyroscope is used in an instrument known as the artificial horizon, which measures the tilt. The sphere of the instrument is attached to a gyroscope. The blue side of the sphere represents the sky. The black portion indicates the earth. The line separating the two represents the horizon. When the gyro is switched on, this line will remain parallel to the natural horizon. This helps the pilot to make out whether the aircraft is flying tilted or is pitched up or down. So this is all about gyroscopic inertia, a principle that plays an important role in riding a bicycle, in navigating a ship, and in cruising in the skies. In the next part, let us investigate a feature of rotating bodies called the precession.
Hello and welcome to the session on blogging. With the origin of the internet, online diary keeping became an obsession of the internet users. There was no systematic way for this self-streaming in the earlier days of online logging or online diarying. Gradually, various internet companies started dedicated websites to help the users to systemize their web logging of personal experiences. Thus, more users came forward with an urge for expression of the self, and thus the practice became an essential part of the internet experience. This aspect of the internet is now popularly known as blogging. Blog as a medium of self-expression gained popularity in 1997, although the idea of online diary was in existence before then. The launching of blogger.com, one of the first free websites for blogging, in 1999 revolutionized the concept of blogging. It made it easier to create a website without any basic idea of HTML or related complex programming languages. The word blog. The word blog is a mashup of two words, and they are web and log. Now, the word is used in three distinct ways. It is used as a verb, to blog, which means to write or edit a blog post. It is also used as a noun, where a blog is considered as a platform or media or channel or software for logging one's thoughts and experience. Blogger.com, WordPress.com are the best examples. In this sense, blog is a platform which produces web pages with similar layout and design, where content is arranged as chronicle posts or entries. The posts in the blogs are normally listed in reverse chronology, with most recent ones appearing at the top. Also, the blogs generally provide comment boxes under the posts to ensure interactivity and conversational nature. It is also used as a style of writing. The emergence of blogging popularized the conversational narrative in cyberspace. The genre of narrative or textual description, which is characterized with comment-based writing and conversational style, is now named as blog. In addition to this, the phrase blogosphere is also came into currency when blogging grew in popularity. Blogosphere suggests a unified entity of bloggers, though the blogging community highly is diversified and fragmented in terms of authorship and type of contents. In spite of these varied uses of the word blog, the term is defined by the Oxford English Dictionary as a frequently updated website consisting personal observations, excerpts from other sources, etc., typically run by a single person and usually with hyperlinks to other sites. In other words, a blog is nothing but an online journal or diary. A brief history of blogs. Blog is obviously a product of the World Wide Web, and its origin began at the same time as the web was born in the end of 1990. Web historians say that personal home pages during the early days of the World Wide Web can be seen as precursors to blogs. Justin Hall is considered to be the first web blogger. By 1994, he started to log his experience on his website links.net. Hall used a section of his website with the title Vita to tell the story of his life. He chronologically narrated his life from childhood to the present. And in 1996, he started to make his diaries public. He was doing it without using any blogging software. He started to use a blogging software only in 2003. Yet another name in the history of blogging is of John Barger, who through his website Robot Wisdom published frequently updated websites he visited, giving hyperlinks to those sites. He is the first person to use the word weblog by titling his site Robot Wisdom, a weblog by John Barger. Similar kind of weblogging was done by Dave Weiner in April 1997. Early bloggers were hand coding their sites. It means that they had to create their blogs from scratch and edit raw HTML codes each time they update their blogs. In the late 1998 and throughout 1999, free tools for weblogging appeared. They allowed bloggers to easily write and publish their blogs using templates without hand coding HTML and CSS. The first free weblogging tools is Pitas, but it could not attract webloggers. Of the early free tools, Open Diary was prominent. It was launched in 1998, but it gained popular support to a great extent. By January 1999, it could host thousands of diaries. However, the blogging became so popular with the launching two major blogging content management systems, and they are Blogger.com and WordPress.com. Major blogging tools. As mentioned, blogging became so pervasive with the launching of content management systems. CMS is nothing glamorous than a large online database which stores digital assets created by the public in the form of text, images, videos, etc. A CMS is a program that resides on a server, unlike a software like MS Word or Excel that stay on our computers. What makes bloggers use CMS is that they provide ready-made page designs that contain templates using which the bloggers can pause their entries without hand coding HTML. The launching of Blogger.com and WordPress.com, two wonderful free blogging tools that offered amazing options for bloggers in terms of design, layout and hosting facility, revolutionized the practice of blogging. In addition to this too, there are some more content management systems that offer better blogging options. Let's see them in detail. Blogger.com. Blogger.com is a free blog publishing platform created by Pyra Labs on August 23, 1999. Blogger.com hosts all blogs with a subdomain blogspot.com. In 2003, Google acquired Blogger.com and it added more facilities, including the facility to add photos to blogs. From 2009 onwards, Google started to experiment new stunning designs and content management facilities in Blogger.com. Updated template collections, individual archive pages for posts and comments, email posting are some of new features added by Google. Blogger.com is now one of the most visited web domains and the largest blog hosting site. WordPress.com. Like Blogger.com, WordPress.com is also a widely used free platform to blog. It was begun in 2003 by Matt Mullenweg and Mike Little, two users of a blog tool called B2 or Cafe Log, when this tool was discontinued by the developers. The first version of WordPress was released on May 27, 2003. The first version included admin interface, new templates and XHTML compliant features. Its second version was released in 2004 with plugin architecture which offered the users the facility for writing and sharing their own plugins. This was a revolutionary change in the blogging sector. It ensured more freedom to users to create their own design instead of resorting on the template given by the software developers. Movable Type. Movable Type was launched in 2001 by 6apart. It has both paid and free versions and can be downloaded and start blogging so easily. Tumblr. Tumblr was started in 2007, mainly aiming at live streamers. This is crossover tools that offers combination of microblogging, mobile apps and social media tools. Microblogging and vlogging. Microblogging and vlogging are two important concepts in the domain of blogging. Microblogging is all about posting small pieces of digital content such as text, photo, links or short videos on the internet. Microblogging is highly organic and spontaneous. As short posts are easy to read and easy to browse, microblogging has wider popularity. Politicians, celebrities, journalists and corporate people microblogging to express their opinions and to break news in their fields. Given the attraction of microblogging, a wide range of tools appear to tap the opportunity. Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr and Weibo are some microblogging platforms. The other term, vlogging, means video blogging. In vlogging, instead of text and images, videos are used as content and they are frequently updated. YouTube is a main channel used by vloggers to upload their vlogs. Types of blogs. As a vital communication platform widely used by millions of people around the world, blogs have taken different shapes over decades. WordPress reports that the following are the major category of blogs the host as a free web hosting platform. First one, personal blog. It is the broadest category in blogging sector and they include blogs about personal topics like politics, music, family, travel, health, and you can name it as you like. 2. Group blogs are written by more than one individual. Most often, group blogs focus on a specific theme and interested individuals do research and write posts on the theme. Technology, social issues, environmental protection, political matters, etc. are seen to be the most sought after themes. 3. Corporate blogs. They are maintained by corporate professionals or corporate firms to communicate their opinions and views on their business related matters. Professionals ranging from realtors to lawyers and stockbrokers are using this type blogs to share their expertise and companies have discovered the power of blogs to personally engage with their customers. 4. Academic blogs. This type of blogs are used by teachers and students to develop their collaborative learning environment. 5. Non-profit blogs. Foundations, non-governmental organizations and human rights groups use this type of blogs as great tools to raise awareness and money for their causes. 6. Politics blogs. Members of parliament, political parties, government agencies and activists using blogs to connect with their constituencies. 7. Military blogs. Members of the military use blog to report what they see happening in various parts of the world and to stay in touch with their families. 8. Private blogs. Some people make their blogs private to share photos and information within families, companies or schools. 9. Sports blogs. Sports stars and fans using blogs to express and share their passion for various sports. 10. How-to, tips and reviews blogs. There are lots of blogs that share tips and reviews about cooking, games, music, books, movies and so on. There are also blogs that misuse the platform for commercial purpose, violating advertising policy. WordPress and similar firms do not allow such blogs on their platform. Following types of blogs are considered as unethical and firms like WordPress do not host them. They are SEO blogs. Blogs that are written for search engines instead of humans. These blogs are dedicated to trying to fool Google and other search engines into ranking them or the sites they link to highly. Affiliate marketing blogs. Blogs with the primary purpose of driving traffic to affiliate programs and get rich quick. This includes multi-level marketing blogs and pyramid schemes. Virus blogs. Blogs that promote pirated copies of ebooks, software packages, music, movies, games, etc. Automated blogs. Blogs that are generated by computers, including randomly generated blogs, blogs that republish press releases, marketing material, search engine results, link dumps or any other mass-produced content. Book tour blogs. Blogs that consist primarily of pre-written publicity material as opposed to original book reviews for the purpose of promoting books and driving traffic to other promotional and giveaway sites. Blogs as communication medium. storytelling tool. As we discussed earlier, blogging is a form of narration. Narrative means the style of storytelling. As a narrative style, blogs are distinct from other styles of storytelling. It means a format of blogs is structured in certain ways that are different from the ways of storytelling that we experience in novels and movies. Blog tells the stories of lives of persons who write them. It follows an episodic style of writing that resembles the style of diary writing or chronicling of events. Self-expression forum. Most of the blogs are some extent of self-expression which focus on personal experiences. And the most obvious difference between the style of writing in a blog and a novel is that the stories in blogs are fragmented. Reading together the posts create a larger story. Some bloggers write their blogs with clear objectives in mind and complete their projects through various posts. Also, the blogs have a kind interactive storytelling style. Comments from readers on the post help blogs to be interactive. Political communication tool. What is truly revolutionary about blogs is their ability to spontaneously generate online discussion communities around any given piece of information and their ability to multiply and mutate dialogue in a rapid, self-replicating manner across the internet. And this ability of blogs increases their political impact. Blogs' interactive nature helps facilitate debate over political policy and helps avoid the automatic acceptance of catchy bumper sticker slogans. Blogs are forcing greater accountability on political communicators since readers can review sources and make immediate commentary, transforming passive readers into avid fact checkers. Blogs played a vital role in many popular protests like that Occupy Wall Street in the US, anti-corruption strike of Anna Hazare in India, and the Jasmine Revolution in the Arab world. How to blog. Until now, we discussed the theoretical part of blogging. Then, let's learn how to create a blog using a tool like WordPress or Blogger. Blogging on any hosting website, including WordPress or Blogger.com, contains 6 basic steps. First, decide what to blog about. Then choose a blogging platform. Then find a host, pick a domain name, install blogging platform or tool, and finally design and use the blog. Let's discuss in detail. Decide what to blog about. People blog for a variety of objectives. Some do it for enjoyment while others to promote their business or ideas. The goal for any blog is to become the go-to resource for its topic or niche. If we select any topic of general interest rather than our personal experience, we must research a lot to make our post credible and dependable and to cover all possible aspects of the topic or theme. Theme of the blog determines its future course of action, including color themes, mood, tone, etc. Choosing a blogging platform. As we discussed earlier, a plenty of blogging tools are available for free. Of them, Blogger or WordPress are most widely used ones and user-friendly. While selecting a platform, we shall consider its flexibility, usability, functionality, popularity, authenticity, and cost-effectiveness. Free tools are good, but most often they put restrictions or conditions. So, if you're serious about blogging, it is better to choose paid ones. Next, finding a host. Blogging tools help you to prepare your platform or blogging website through their content management system facility. Once you prepare the content and design it choosing any template available on the blogging platform, you have to publish your blog. For publication, you must host it. Internet service providers offer you various hosting options. While selecting a service, the following matters shall be kept in mind. 1. Know your hosting needs. 2. Investigate on host reliability and uptime guarantees. 3. Study host upgrading options. 4. Check all hosting features based on your needs. 5. Check prices on both sign up and renewal. 6. Check hosting control panel. 7. Other supporting features like Bluehost, DreamHost and HostGator, some of the services for hosting blogs. Next, pick a domain name. Domain name is the address of your blog, so that you must choose one which is easy to remember and easy to share. It is better to go with a .com whenever possible, because people always expect .com before other extensions like .net, .org, etc. While you choose free tools like blogger.com or wordpress.org, naturally your extension will be their names. Our blog names shall be easy to say and spell and shall not include hyphens, numbers, obscure terms or confusing strings of words. Next, install blogging tool. The next step is to install any blogging tool like WordPress or Blogger or any other one of your choice. The tools will guide you where to install them on your computer and how to do it. Next, design and use the blog. The first step in designing is to select a theme. In any tool, you will find a lot of similar to complex theme-based templates, but you have to choose one which is suitable to your subject matter. So, choose a similar theme which suits your subject. Blog as a journalistic tool. As mentioned, bloggers report what they experience and encounter in their real life, that may be personal experiences, political events, social phenomenon or natural occurrences. Most of them, they act as a first-hand information sources about war, calamities and accidents. Similarly, journalists resort on blogs to report events which are beyond their reach. Blogs started to adopt journalistic style mostly after 9/11 event and Iraqi war. After terrorist attack on September 11, journalistic style blogs began to emerge from the USA. Before that, during the Iraqi war, a blog titled "Where is Raid" was launched, focusing on disappearances of people under the Saddam Hussein regime and US invasion of Iraq. This blog was launched by a young architect, Salam Ali Janabi, who became internationally famous as the Baghdad blogger for his lively reports of bombings near his home in the Baghdad city. With the publication of famous book We the Media, Grassroots Journalism by the People, for the People, written by Dan Gilmore, the role of blogging as tool for citizen journalism was highlighted. Gilmore detailed how blogs help ordinary people to report events which are not covered by professional journalists. In recent years, blog played a role in many news stories. Arab Spring, Japanese tsunami, London riots, death of Osama bin Laden, Hurricane Irene, Anna Hazare Satyagraha in New Delhi are some of the events on which bloggers have had the most positive impact. Apart from being a practice of participatory journalism, blogs led to pluralism in mainstream media. Not just in the range of outlets and topics to be covered, but in the number of voices that take part in public debates. It lends voices to the voiceless. In many parts of the world, blogs cover hyperlocal, street by street, village by village events which are not a subject matter of professional media. Similarly, in countries where mainstream media are under oppression of despotic regimes, blogs are used by the liberals and the Democrats to raise their voices. In democratic countries where mainstream media follow the government views, blogs act as channel for alternative views. At the same time, mainstream media constantly raised concerns about the reliability of blog posts since they lack professionalism and sometimes ethical consideration and accountability. However, they have created their own place in the communication sector once monopolized by the mass media. Now, let us summarize what we have discussed so far. In this chapter, we learned how the concept of blogging was emerged in cyberspace. An abbreviation of weblog, blog is originally a log of daily life information and material collected online. Blogs are made up of posts which include links and comments. Sophisticated content management systems like Blogger and WordPress made the blogging ubiquitous on cyberspace. Gradually, blogs started to have implications for new media communications. Adding to the textual blogging, two important trends such as microblogging and vlogging emerged. While microblogging facilitated instant posting of short text via specific platforms like Facebook and Twitter, Vlogging offers blogging space for videos through video channels like YouTube. Blogs play their role as citizen media by participating in journalistic activities of posting stories from war zones, areas of natural calamities, tragedies, and remote areas unreachable to professional journalists. Blogs led to diversity of voices in mainstream media and acted as channels of alternative voices in despotic nations. Now, you can try to answer the questions given here. What is live blogging? What is meant by blogosphere? What is content management system? What are the various uses of the word blog? What are the 5 steps involved in blogging? Hope that you may go through the reference for further reading. Social Media for Journalists Principles and Practices by Megan Knight and Claire Cook, published by Sage, New Delhi, 2013. Entrepreneurial Journalism by Mark Briggs, published by Sage, New Delhi, 2015. Blogging Heroes by Michelle Banks, published by Jensen Books, 2007. Blogging for Creative by Robin Houghton, published by Amazon, 2012. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic soon. Have a nice day.
Welcome to the interface program. Today we are continuing our interview with Professor P.P. Divagaran. Another important aspect of Yuktibhasha is that unlike some other mathematical textbooks, they are trying to give the proofs of everything of a lot of statements.
Now you are taking me into very controversial areas. I mean, in the sense that there were always proofs in India. You know, the best evidence for the fact that they had proofs is that if they were guessed, you would expect them to make wrong guesses. There is not a single wrong important result in Indian mathematics. From the time of the Shulba Sutra up till the time of Shankaracharya or Achyuta Pesharidi, there is not a single mathematical result of importance which is wrong.
But they are not written out.
So the proofs are generally explained to classes. You know, it's like a musician teaching young students how to sing. He is not going to write everything in terms of notation and say, go take it home and work on it and so on and so forth. So that is one reason. The other reason is that several references, for example, Bhaskaracharya will say very clearly that a mathematical result stated without upapatti, his idea of a proof, will not be taken seriously by the scholars. He says so. But something changed. The change is the most important structural aspect of the Nila School of Mathematics is things became more formal, and this connects me to the question that we came up earlier: was there mathematics which was independent of astronomy? By the time of Madhava, astronomy is no longer the driving force of it. He uses it as an excuse because to do astronomy you don't need pi infinitely accurately. You don't need the sine function, the exact value. You must remember the observational instruments were not there. Everything was line of sight, naked eye observations. So you cannot do much better than let's say 2 or 3 minutes or 5 minutes or 10 minutes of arc. So what will you do with what
to what accuracy we need the value of pi for astronomy?
For 1 minute of arc you need, Aryabhata did 3.1416 because that's the accuracy you need for 1 minute of arc. Okay, so getting pi to greater accuracy doesn't help with the astronomy. So it is driven. I mean, there are many other cases. For example, you talked about the rewriting of the series, a so-called accelerated series, or estimates of the corrections to be made to a series when you stop it after a certain number of terms. Those are also very, very modern, and they are not required.
And Madhava also had given some error approximations for.
No, Madhava is that chapter on errors and their estimations are truly modern. It's an it's very rich in many ways compared to what happened earlier. So, given all these things, we should accept that mathematics was being done for the delight it gave, in Brahmagupta's words. Brahmagupta already said that why am I posing these problems? Because their solution gives us delight, sukha. So he says that. So I think these people, so many other results which have no application in astronomy.
Most of these people are pure mathematicians rather than.
I think Madhava and Yashdeva definitely were. Nilakanta was also an astronomer, top class astronomer. Parameshwara was primarily an astronomer, but these people are doing it for the pleasure.
Achyuta Reddy, in his work, some people say that he had done some work in some important contributions to astronomy. For example, some people are writing that there is a model of the planetary solar system. A particular model is suggested by
I have not followed the astronomical results very closely. It's very difficult, first of all. It's very challenging because it's very detailed and you have to have a very, very fine three-dimensional imagination to do these things. So I cannot answer that question. What I know is that Nilakanta already made changes in the astronomical model. I mean, several people had made changes. Nilakanta made some changes and he presented it in a way which is identical with this. This is second-hand information. I'm quoting the work of other people. He made it appear in such a form that if you took the Keplerian model with the sun stationary and the planets going around and looked at it from the geostationary point of view, that is to say, transform everything to an observer who is on Earth, what you get is Nilakanta's model. This I have read, I have talked to people, I know the people who did this research, and I think they are right. But he never said, however, that the sun is stationary and all the other planets are going around.
You are telling that this Iktibhasha is in Malayalam, and because of that most of the people could not read it. But there are some books which contain everything, almost everything in Iktibhasha, but written in Sanskrit. For example, this Kriya Kramakari.
Kriya Kramakari is not a very well written book in my view. Kriya Kramakari is much later, first of all, and the explanations of the subtle points in Yuktibhasha. And Yuktibhasha is, it's also pedagogically a marvelous book. I call it the first, not the first book, but the first textbook, because all the subtle points are explained as you would do in a classroom. And he will say, be careful, do not make this assumption, you would be wrong. This will give you a sthula result, you will not get the correct result. So do not do this, because the curvature of the circle will spoil the formula that you are going to write. So Yuktibhasha is from many points of view very, very remarkable book. Now the Shankaracharya has written several. He writes, he wrote Sanskrit verse like I talk. I mean, it's unending. It goes on and on and on. And but if you are looking for insights, you won't get it from them. And one of the things that happened is that the Western scholars who read Sanskrit, they often they knew Shankaracharya's work very well because it's in Sanskrit, and they thought that that was a definitive account of Madhava's work. I don't think so. I think the definitive account is Yuktibhasha. Yeah. Well, also I think Yashdeva was an extraordinarily sensitive and mathematician of very good taste. I mean, he dismisses certain subjects in a short paragraph, and those are the things which are not somewhat superficial.
So after this Shankaracharya and Yashdeva, what is the
Shankaracharya was Yashdeva's student. He says so.
What happened after that?
No, then and then Achyuta Pisharadi also. Achyuta Pisharadi probably died about 1620 or so. You must remember 1498. 1 year before Nilakanta published Tantra Sangraha, The Portuguese landed in Calicut. Okay, and that I think impoverished the cultural and the economic landscape of the country, of this part of the country, in the sense that all these rich temples, you know, they were Veda Patashalas in all these Alathur temple and Tirunavaya and so on and so forth. They must not have been able to function because the Samudri's patronage is not there. Tirunavaya was the recipient of the greatest generosity from Samudri, because you know their legitimacy came from there. Their
Mamanga festival.
Not only Mama, Arito Asha was there. Was there. So their the rituals by which they legitimized themselves as the rulers of the country came from there. So he was very busy fighting the Portuguese. So that 100 years between 1500 and 1600, I think pretty much destroyed learning. And even people say, you know, Erutachan, the great poet, he is from Tunjan Parambu, next to Thirukandiyur, 2 kilometers.
Some people say that he was a student of Nilakanta.
No, Achyuta Pesharadi.
Nilakanta.
Nilakanta. No, I've heard several things, so I don't know. So,
in Harinama Kirtanam, Nilakanta's name is mentioned.
Nilakanta will come, you know, Nilakanta is Shiva after all. So, anyhow, this Melpatur was Achyuta Pesharadi's student. No? Yes. Yeah.
The author of Narayani.
People say Erutachan went away from Tunjan Parambu, which is very close to the sea, where the fighting took place, went to Palakkad, near Palakkad. Chittoor.
The story is that he died there. Chittoor.
So I have also heard the story that he went away because of the troubles in the coastal area. So this was very difficult times. And then after that, you know, everything, then the Portuguese were followed by the Dutch. The Dutch were followed by the English, and the English very definitely suppressed all local culture. The Dutch did not.
So, in evaluating the contribution of the Kerala school, to sum up, what can you say the major contribution of the Kerala school of mathematics?
For me, it is concretely speaking, it is the invention of calculus. But more generally, more structurally speaking, it is a view of mathematics which is very much more modern than was the case earlier, even compared to Aryabhatta, even compared to Brahmagupta, because many things came into the Indian mathematics for the first time. There was the notion of a function, there was the abstraction involved in thinking of numbers. For the first time after the decimal numbers were invented in India maybe about 200 or 300 years before the Rig Veda was written, because the Rig Veda is full of it. That the structure of almost quasi-piano axioms in Jashdeva. So there was a very modernistic spirit, and my view is that, and also the definition and the operations that you can do on polynomials, very abstractly described. So my view is that this was an awakening time, that is to say, everything was seen in completely general abstract terms. That was the endeavor. But everything came to an end. That's it. Unfortunately.
You are telling about the idea of proof in Iktibhasha.
Yeah.
Will you elaborate that point? Because there is some confusion regarding what is this how rigorous the proof is.
Yeah. So see, the question of rigor is very much a question of what we accept as logically acceptable, logically self-evident. For example, Euclid, who is the grandfather of all proof methods, I mean, the model for everybody who wants to give a proof, he had a certain set of postulates and certain what he called common notions, which are rules of logic, not rules of mathematics, then definitions of mathematical objects and their properties, and then draw conclusions using the rules of the common notions. This is very Aristotelian in the sense that, so if you look at a proof of Euclid, for example, if you look at the proof of what is called Pythagoras theorem in the West, and what in India has always been called.
Incidentally, it is also proved in Yuktibhasha, Pythagoras theorem.
Several proofs. There are 2 proofs in Yuktibhasha. There are several proofs by Nilakanta. It was proved from at least from 800 BC till about 1600 AD. So in those proofs are very visual. If you look at the proofs, the way the diagrams are drawn, it's just a matter of pushing it here and pushing it here and so on and so forth. You can make them Euclidean in the sense that you can start with a set of axioms for triangles and right triangles, and then actually set down the rules of reasoning which you follow, and then from that you can actually prove in the Euclidean way. But Euclid's own proof, if you remember your school days, you will see that it is completely unnatural in the sense that it is a prop for a line of logical argumentation. So for Euclid, geometry is the perfect illustration of Aristotelian methods of reasoning. Here, the mathematics, not only the geometry, but also other aspects of mathematics, they were never thought of as part of the logical systems that the Indian logicians were concerned with. You know, it goes back to at least the time of the Upanishads and carried on till 12th century AD. All the 6 schools and the Buddhists with their own peculiar logic and so on. All of that happened. The mathematicians must have been aware of what was happening. But if you read the mathematics, you will find no trace of any such thing. Unless again you read it very carefully. Suddenly you will find some amazingly interesting sentences like Yukti Bhasha will say, so the way to go from a number to a higher number is to multiply it by 10. Multiply it again by 10. So he said, thus, endowed with multiplication and the positional difference that you have when you write numbers down, there is no end to the names of numbers. Therefore, we cannot know all the numbers. So, we cannot know the numbers because they cannot be given names. This is a very strong philosophical position. It's not even linguistic, it's a very philosophical. It's a very, it is the position taken by somebody like Bhartruhari in the maybe the 6th century. So there is this philosophical difference. So, Indian proofs are not to be compared with Euclidean proofs. Indian proofs must be understood on their own terms. And Nilakantha says that the initial input is always our sensory perception. I will not use Sanskrit names because I don't know the subject well enough. So you subject it to analysis by the power of your mind, and then you present it to your peers. And then it's a very oversimplified summary of what he says. He says very many beautiful things. And then you teach it to young people, discuss it with them, and then we will know that it is probably true. Now, if you say in the European context that a proof is a matter of consensus, as Nilakantha says, they will not accept it, because that is not the case in the Western philosophy. So what is a proof? So having said, Nilakantha in 3 books, Jyotirmimamsa and Siddhanta Darpana, that was written early, and then he supplied a Vyakhya to it. Then Aryabhatiya Bhashya. These 3 wise books, I call them the wise books, they're full of illustrations of this. I mean, for example, his commentary on Aryabhata, he illustrates his position regarding proofs by actually working out the proofs. Then, of course, in Yukti Bhasha, the same is presented on a much bigger canvas, because he's dealing with much more sophisticated things, like the notion of an infinitesimal. What does it mean to divide by infinity, even if numbers beyond a certain number cannot have names. So there was always a conflict between the philosophical positions and the needs of mathematics. And finally, like all good mathematicians, they resolved it by saying, hang the philosophers, we'll do the mathematics.
So, how to compare the work of Kerala School of Mathematics and the work of Newton and Leibniz?
Now, that's
chronologically
chronologically it's clear, because Newton and Leibniz came 250 years later. But conceptually, first difference is that Newton particularly, I mean, if you look at Newton's unpublished, at that time unpublished, collected papers which have been published over the, I think, 1960s, 70s, in a large number of volumes, there is no end to the number of examples. He said, any curve, he will say that what I am going to say now is true for any curve, mechanical or geometrical. Mechanical curves are curves which are drawn with the help of certain instruments, but they are generally smooth curves. Geometrical are curves which, circles, ellipses, conic sections and so on and so forth. So he will say that from the beginning, or any function whatsoever. What he means by a function is generally polynomials and rational functions, plus square roots of such functions, that he does deal with. He says so. So whereas here nobody ever talked about very general functions. Yes. They only said, we have this problem, we have a problem, we want to know what is the sign of an angle when the angle is given arbitrarily, and I'll tell you how to do it. So every time, so for example, the fundamental theorem of calculus, the so-called fundamental theorem of calculus, does not make an appearance in the Indian calculus. On the other hand, the handling of the infinitesimal limit is very much more assured, very much sounder, because what they do is, you take a geometrical quantity, the length of a curve, for example, divided by a number n, make sure n is very large, so you can assume that each segment is very small, work with it, ignore effects of curvature at that scale, then let n go to infinity. This is technically and philosophically, in my view, more satisfying and sounder, very definitely. So there are some differences, but they were doing calculus. I mean, Newton would have had no problem in thinking of Madhava as a fellow mathematician, and vice versa. Yeah.
Some people are asking whether the mathematics of Kerala school was transmitted to Europe or not.
Yeah, this, generally there are many positions. There are people who actually believe, who actually have written fairly extensively, that all the great discoveries of mathematics are made only once, and then after that it is passed on by communication, by transmission.
Far from the truth.
That, in my view, it is far from the truth, in the sense that we know what we learn as Pythagoras' theorem was discovered in some form or the other, not always in the same form, in Babylonia, 1800 BC, then in India, about 1000 BC, Baudhayanas Shilva Sutra, 1000 BC.
China.
Then China, we don't know when exactly, because there are only references to earlier work, and there is no general statement. As far I know very little about Chinese mathematics, but I haven't seen one. Maybe there is, which says that take any right triangle, the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares on the other two sides. They will say 3, 4, 5 in the usual Pythagorean triples. Such a thing can also be said to some extent about the Babylonian approach to it, but it's very difficult to know, because there are many tablets still unread from Babylonia.
It said that some tablets contain Pythagorean triples.
Lots of them.
Lots of them.
Yeah. That is well known. That's known since the 1930s. But now there is more interesting evidence coming, in which apparently there are cases. There is another tablet in which there is a square drawn and its diagonal drawn, and down below is written the square root of 2, which is the diagonal length of the diagonal, in the base 60 Babylonian enumeration. So they probably knew the thing very well. So anyhow, there are these people who believe that, and I personally I'm a universalist. That is to say, mathematical ideas are independent of the thinker as long as he thinks, independent of the context in which he thinks about it, whether he is an engineer, or whether he is an architect, whether he is a pure mathematician. I think they are the same, and therefore the chances that a prepared mind will discover such a truth.
They mean that mathematics is independent of even the physical universe?
I will not take Platonist positions, but I personally believe that if somebody can discover by thinking about geometry that Pythagoras' theorem is true, there is no reason why an Indian mathematician who needs the same idea cannot discover the same truth. It cannot be another truth. So there is that. Now calculus is very tricky, because so what do we need when we want to say that something is transmitted from one place to another? First of all, there is the chronology, that is to say, first place must have done it earlier. That of course is obvious. Then there must be a means of transmission, preferably documented. Then finally we should see the traces of transmission in the mathematics that followed. Like if you inject something into your body, after some time you will find those antibodies proliferating. So the question is, Now, it is true, Madhava's calculus is much earlier than Newton's and Leibniz's, but there is not a shred of evidence so far for any transmission that takes place. It's not enough to say that some of the Jesuit priests who came from Portugal or other parts of Western Europe knew mathematics. It's not enough. There is no casual mention even. And I believe that one of the people who actually thought that it wasn't such a bad idea actually did some searches in Europe. It is Dr. George Georgis Joseph, along with our good historian Raghav Warrior, and they haven't found any evidence. The most seriously, the genes, the mathematical genes in the Indian approach to calculus and the European approach to calculus are so very different that I cannot believe that there was any influence. That's my personal view. So the thing is, while this work was going on, let's say around 1400 AD, Europe was completely unprepared for this kind of sophisticated mathematics, even from 1400 to 1500. Because if you look at the mathematics of Europe at that time, the first steps towards algebra was being taken, and there are good reasons for it, because something which we don't normally talk about, with the influence of writing numbers in base 10, decimal numbers, on our thinking. For example, in the invention of algebra, we don't pay attention to it, because Newton does. Newton says that my manipulation of infinite series, the model for me is the decimal numbers. He says so. What he calls it, the recent doctrine of decimal numbers. That means it reached Europe maybe 100 years before Newton. Now we know when it reached there. It reached there in the beginning of the 13th century or 14th century, I've forgotten. But it was not widespread. The knowledge was not widespread.
So all these Kerala mathematicians are considering Aryabhata as their Paramacharya, and most of the people are continuing the work Aryabhata started.
Yeah.
But there is a feeling that in other parts of India, this Aryabhata tradition is not that not followed that strongly.
Yeah, I am not.
There are some people who objected to the ideas of.
I think one should make a distinction. I think the distinction is that people who objected to Aryabhata did not object to his mathematics. They objected particularly to some ideas he had of astrophysics, we may say, that the earth spins, okay, and they went to the extent of removing one verse. Brahmagupta attacked him on many fronts. I think Brahmagupta was a very orthodox person. He was upset because Aryabhata brought all these newfangled ideas about how to measure time, what the yuga is, and all kinds of things.
It is unfortunate that after some time, this the work of the school gradually faded away. And you mentioned that the advent of Portuguese and other foreigners is one factor behind that.
Yeah.
Could you suggest some other factors?
I think it is best to think of the Portuguese impact on the life of the mind in Kerala in terms of a trigger. It caused certain things to disappear. For example, the art forms flourished, continued to flourish. Kathakali, for example, came after the Portuguese invasion, and many other Kudiyatam, they all flourished. Ayurveda did not suffer.
Why we need a book in Malayalam at that time, and most of them knew Sanskrit very well.
Yeah.
Then all of them
knew Sanskrit very well.
Then what is the relevance of a Malayalam book like Yukti Bhasha?
In any case, before they started on a Shastra, they would have done Sanskrit, Vyakaranam in great detail. So, for me, that's the greatest mystery about Yukti Bhasha. Why was it written, and why was it written in Malayalam? There was a time when I thought that it is because the Portuguese, many Portuguese priests knew Malayalam. So now that was the time when I was reading about this transmission theories and so on and so forth. I said perhaps he was actually teaching a bunch of people, including many who did not know Sanskrit. But that cannot be right, because first of all the technical terms are Sanskrit. Only the common speech language is what I call Bazaar Malayalam. It is actually not even literary Malayalam. It's if you look at Yukti Bhasha, you're surprised at the crudity of the language very often. And so it's not refined at all. So I think it's a great mystery. I don't know.
Adhyatma Ramayana by Tunjati Ruttachan was also written around the same time and around the same places.
Around the same time? I thought it was later, no? Later, late 16th century, maybe. This is 1520. According to me, Yukti Bhasha is to be dated between 1520 and 1525.
That is there a need for to learn mathematics and Puranas and Shastra, etc.?
We just agreed that what Yukti Bhasha represents is the idea that mathematics is not is driven by astronomy. It is being done for its own sake. So there is no question of need. If there are enough people interested in mathematics, they will learn mathematics.
But Bhasha is also a two-part treatise. The second part is complete astronomy, and the first part can be considered as preliminary work for the astronomy.
That's what he says. But in fact, none of the mathematics in the part 1 is used in part 2. Part 2 is used the standard trigonometric formulae. The series are not used, the volume of the sphere is not used, and so on and so forth. It's not there. So, the other thing is, what is remarkable is that after Yukti Bhasha, 30 years later, roughly speaking, Shankaracharya wrote 3 pieces, all in Sanskrit verse. Achyuta Pisharadi wrote several works, all in Sanskrit, at least his astronomy mathematics works. So why in the middle of a tradition of Sanskrit is the singular Malayalam prose text? I don't know the answer.
That's a very interesting question.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. I think one day maybe we'll know, but we don't know it.
And I think this is a good place to conclude our interesting discussion.
Thanks very much. It has been very, very, very enjoyable.
I am also to thank you for this.
Welcome to the session on Marxian dialectical method. Karl Marx studied at the University of Berlin, where he was involved with the young Hegelian movement. Marx inherited the familiar Hegelian picture of human destiny. History has a movement that in some way mirrors the development of the human soul. Consequently, Marx's account of the process whereby labor finally overcomes its own alienation has obvious parallels with some of the Hegel's arguments. But from the beginning, Marx wished to break with the idealist metaphysics in terms of which Hegelian vision had been expressed. Indeed, just as Engels maintained, Marx's approach stood Hegel, that is his dialectical method, on his feet instead of his head. Thus, the mature Marxian theory represents the progressive movement of history in terms of its synthesis of history, economics, and philosophy, which is popularly known as dialectical materialism. Materialism, dialectical and historical. Marxism, in its most popular version, combines the dialectics of a materialistic philosophy and that of a science of history. The materialistic philosophy derives largely from the works of Friedrich Engels. There are, in Engels' view, contradictions in the material world, not only in thought. Natural phenomena can be properly understood and explained only in a dialectical framework, which he maintained in the Dialectics of Nature, contains 3 basic laws of universal application. First, the transformation of quantity into quality, so that under certain conditions there is revolutionary leap from a difference in degree to a difference in kind. Secondly, the interpenetration of opposites. And thirdly, the law of the negation of the negation. which does not lead back to the starting point but spirals towards a new synthesis. According to Engels, Marx had rightly preserved Hegel's dialectical method, but based on the above laws supplied a materialistic basis for it, paving way to a science of history. Hegel had seen history as the development of consciousness. Marx argued that the fundamental things that develop and so bring about the movement of history are not features of consciousness at all, but material forces. The development of consciousness is to be explained in terms of the material reality and does not explain it. Hence the famous phrase of Engels quoted above, that is, Marx's theory of history sets Hegel on his feet. The Marxian science of history is founded on the outline of the historical method presented in Marx's preface to A Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, selective readings of the Communist Manifesto, Volume 1 of Das Kapital, and other writings of Marx that were available at the time of his death, and the more general historical and political works of Engels. In tune with Engels' basic laws, Marx's preface sketches a view of society as consisting of an economic foundation, upon which rises a political and legal superstructure, and to which correspond forms of social thought. Thus, the theory of history begins from the distinction between base and superstructure. System of economic relations as the base. The base of all human institutions is that upon which the forms of consciousness are built, and in terms of which institutions and the consciousness which derives from them are to be explained. This base consists for Marx in two parts. First, a system of economic relations. Secondly, certain active productive forces. Let us see what are these productive forces. The existence of any particular system of economic relations is explained in terms of the level of development of the productive forces. These forces consist of labor power and accumulated knowledge. As man's mastery over nature increases, the productive forces will inevitably develop. At each level of development, the particular system of economic relations will be most suited to contain and facilitate their operation. Thus, the existence of any given economic system in terms of its suitability to the productive forces which were they at a different stage of development would either not require or else actively destroy it. Superstructure and false consciousness. Upon the system of economic relations rises the superstructure of legal and political institutions. These serve to consolidate and protect the economic base and are therefore similarly explicable in terms of their sustaining and protective function. Finally, the political institutions generate their own peculiar ideology. This is the system of beliefs, perceptions, values and prejudices which together consolidate the entire structure and serve both to conceal the changeability and to dignify the actuality of each particular arrangement. This is what collectively called the false consciousness. Dialectics of history. Within the framework set so far, Marx envisages as the fundamental source of social change to be transformations of economic relations which themselves result from the development of productive forces. The major economic arrangements that Marx discusses are primitive communism, slavery, feudalism and capitalism. Labor is portrayed as the human essence and the driving force of history for its evolution through these systems towards the culmination in communism. It is labor which appears in the fictive forms of market value, and it is labor which can be alienated from and restored to itself, determining thereby the happiness and the misery of mankind. In primitive societies, property was held in common. People were not alienated from their labor, but at the same time human productive forces were too poorly developed. The growth of the forces of production led to feudal system of society, in which the serf who was subordinate to the feudal lord had to work on the lord's land rather than on his own land. The vastly greater development of productive forces that took place under the Industrial Revolution resulted in capitalism. And it is under capitalism that labor, which is the human essence for Marx, is abused in the worst way. Marx took over from the political economist David Ricardo the so-called labor theory of value. This explains the exchange value of a commodity in terms of the socially necessary hours of labor required to produce or reproduce it. According to Marx, objectified labor is the predetermined amount for which the capitalist pays. For instance, the workers labor for 12 hours. This is labor as a commodity. The exchange value of this commodity is the amount needed to produce it. That is, the amount needed to keep the worker alive and reproductive. But there is a dual nature to the exchange of labor and capital. The capitalist obtains the worker's labor power for the prescribed period, say 1 day, and can use this labor power to produce as much wealth as he is able to get out of it. This is what Marx means when he says that capital buys living labor. The worker gets a fixed sum regardless of what the capitalist can make out of his labor power. Thus, by exchanging his means of subsistence, which serves to produce his labor power and is therefore the true price of labor for hours of labor in excess of those needed to produce those means, living labor is extorted from the worker. This, according to Marx, leads to the accumulation of surplus. Marx thus portrays a theory of exploitation. He postulates that the production of surplus value must necessarily proceed through the extraction of hours of unpaid labor. Hence, capitalistic relations are necessarily exploitative. Thus, Marx's critique of capitalism comes to rest on an ingenious and scientifically phrased theory of exploitation. This theory only tangentially makes contact with observations as to how the state of man under capitalism is experienced. But it makes explicit how the resultant false consciousness is worst among all the vicissitudes it has seen over the course of history. In the capitalist society, false consciousness may not be a form of unhappiness, but its evil lies in the fact that it inevitably endorses exploitation through its inability to perceive the exploitation that is there. The forced labor of the serf for the feudal lord still exists as the forced labor of the worker for the capitalist. The difference is that under feudalism, the nature and extent of the forced labor is apparent, whereas under capitalism, the nature and extent of the coercion is disguised. Workers appear to be free laborers, voluntarily making agreements with the capitalists. In fact, the position of workers as a class in relation to the capitalists as a class means that they are not free. They must take the terms that the capitalists offer them or starve, and capitalists will only employ them under terms which allow surplus value to be extracted from their labor. This is not because capitalists are cruel or greedy, though some may be, but because of the economic laws inherent in capitalist production, which through free competition coerce individual capitalists as much as individual workers. Though equally coerced, capitalists suffer less from this coercion than workers. Now, labor, which is portrayed as the substance of exploitation in the capitalist economy, is for Marx also the driving force of history. Therefore, this system cannot continue as such forever. It should pave way to negation of the negation. The state, together with all its apparatus and the false consciousness which surrounds it, will finally wither away. This state of communism is inevitable simply because productive forces are bound to develop beyond the point where capitalism could contain them. Having developed to that point, the fetter of capitalism will be broken asunder, and communism, which is the only economic arrangement suitable to the enormous levels of development which will by then have been achieved, must necessarily come in place of it. Towards the end of first volume of Capital, Marx sketches how the laws of capitalism will bring about the destruction of capitalism. On the one hand, competition between capitalists will lead to an ever diminishing number of monopoly capitalists. On the other hand, the misery, oppression, slavery, degradation and exploitation of the working class grows. but working class capitalist production more numerous and better organized. Eventually, they will unleash their power. The ensuing revolution will overthrow capitalism, but that will not mean a return to private property in the old sense, but to property based on the gains made under capitalism. That is, on cooperation and common possession of land and the means of production. Capitalism will make this transition relatively easy, since it has already expropriated all private property into its own hands. All that is now necessary is for the masses of the people expropriate these few expropriators. This transition, however, will be impossible without a violent revolution, such as had supposedly attended the transition from feudalism to bourgeois mercantilism in 18th century France. Communism. The dialectical movement of history culminates in communism. With the establishment of communism, according to Marx, the riddle of history is solved. Under communism, men will live in a state of unmediated fellowship, on equal terms, neither exploited nor exploiting, in a world where each gives according to his ability and each takes according to his need. The split between particular interests of the individual and the common interests of the society will disappear, and with it will disappear the state. For state develops as an independent entity to resolve such conflicts. In a communist society, the reconciliation of particular interests of the individual and the common interest of the society is bound to be achieved systematically for various reasons. First of all, in a communist society, there will be no private property. Everything will be owned by the commune as a whole. Secondly, the division of labor will not force people into narrow occupational roles. One could, Marx says, hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, breed cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner just as one likes, without ever becoming a hunter, a fisherman, a herdsman, or a critic. But the most important aspect is that of a radical transformation of human nature that happens under communism. It consists in the vanishing of false consciousness of any sort. A communist society differs from all previous societies in that there will be no false consciousness. False consciousness involves failing to see things as they really are. It comes about because a society's superstructure can conceal the real basis of the society, as the legal freedom of the worker to sell his labor to whomsoever he likes, on whatever terms he likes, conceals the fact that he is really no more able to avoid exploitation by capitalists than the feudal serf is free to avoid working on the land of his lord. Class morality adds an extra layer of false consciousness, leading the worker to believe that capitalist has a moral right to the proceeds of his investment. With communist production, there will be no exploitation to be concealed. Everything will be really as it appears to be. Moral illusions will crumble along with the religious illusions. The new human morality will not cloak sectional interests in a universal guise. It will genuinely serve the interests of all human beings. Now, with the reconciliation of interests and establishment of such ideal conditions for production, communism allows the forces of production to develop to their fullest possible extent. Production will be cooperatively planned for the benefit of all, and not wasted in socially fruitless competition between individual capitalists for their own private ends. There will be no crisis of overproduction as there are in unplanned economies. Mechanization and automation will continue to develop as they had developed under capitalism, though without their degrading effect on the workers. No longer will surplus value be extracted from the workers to line the pockets of the capitalists. The working class will receive the full use value of its labor, subject only to a deduction for future social investment. People will control their economy instead of being controlled by it. Let us summarize. Preserving Hegel's dialectical method, supplying a materialistic basis for it, Marx formulates a science of history. Hegel had seen history as the development of consciousness. Marx argues that the fundamental things that develop and so bring about the movement of history are not features of consciousness at all, but material forces. The development of consciousness is to be explained in terms of the material reality and does not explain it. In tune with Engels' principles as to the dialectics of material nature, Marx sketches a view of society as consisting of an economic foundation upon which rises a political and legal superstructure, and to which correspond forms of social thought. The existence of any particular system of economic relations is explained in terms of the level of development of the productive forces. Within this framework, Marx envisages as a fundamental source of social change to be transformations of economic relations which themselves result from the development of productive forces. Some assignments. Do you think that communism is a historical necessity as Marx envisages? If yes, justify your answer. If no, what other social arrangements do you propose to be ideal and why? Another, do you assess the Marxian prediction of withering away of state in a communist social order to be realistic? And one more, has Marx been wrong in his expectations as to the change in human nature that an egalitarian social order would bring about? Elucidate with reference to the contemporary social reality. Some references now. Philosophy and Myth in Karl Marx by Robert Tucker, published in 1961 by Cambridge University Press. Another, Karl Marx Selected Writings, edited by David McClellan, published in 1977 by Oxford University Press. And one more, Marx and Engels, Basic Writings on Politics and Philosophy, edited by Lewis Feuer, published in 1959, Doubleday, Anchor, New York. With that, we come to the end of this session. We'll meet again with another session on another topic. Till then, goodbye.
Welcome friends, here we discuss about harmonic functions. A real valued function h of two real variable x and y is said to be harmonic in a given domain of the xy plane if throughout that domain it has continuous partial derivatives of the first and second order and satisfying the partial differential equation hxx xy plus hyy xy, which is equal to 0. This is our equation number 1, known as Laplace equation. In another notation, this can be written as dou square by dou x square hxy plus dou square by dou y square hxy is equal to 0. We recall the Euler's theorem discussed in real calculus. Next we have a theorem, Euler's theorem, the mixed derivative theorem. Theorem says, if a function fxy and its partial derivatives fx, fy, fxy and fyx are defined and continuous at a point xy and in some open region containing it, then we have dou square f by dou x dou y is equal to dou square f by dou y dou x. We also need the following result. If a function of a complex variable is analytic at a point, then its real and imaginary components have continuous partial derivatives of all orders at that point. Next we have a theorem. That is, if a function fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy is analytic in a domain D, then its component functions u and v are harmonic in D. Proof says, assuming that fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy is analytic in the domain D, we have that the first order partial derivatives of the component functions of f must satisfy the Cauchy-Riemann equation throughout D. That is, we have ux is equal to vy, uy is equal to minus vx. Equation number 2. Differentiating both sides of this equation partially with respect to x, we obtain uxx is equal to vyx and uyx is equal to minus vxs. Equation number 3. Similarly, differentiating with respect to y, second equation yields uxy is equal to vyy and uyy is equal to minus vxy. Equation number 4. Now, by theorem A, the continuity of the partial derivatives of u ensures that uyx is equal to uxy. Equation number 5. Similarly, we have vyx is equal to vxy. Equation number 6. Using this equation 5 and 6, equation 3 and 4 gives we get uxx plus uyy is equal to 0 and also vxx plus vyy is equal to 0. That is, by definition 1, u and v are harmonic in D. Here completes the proof. Next we have a definition. If two harmonic functions uxy and vxy are the real and imaginary parts of an analytic function fz in D, then vxy is said to be conjugate harmonic function of uxy in D, and the pair uv is called a pair of conjugate harmonic functions in D. Next we have a theorem. Next theorem. A function fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy is analytic in a domain D if and only if v is a harmonic conjugate of u. Proof says that if v is a harmonic conjugate of u in D, then f is analytic in D. Conversely, if f is analytic in D, we know from first theorem that u and v are harmonic in D. Furthermore, by first theorem of Cauchy-Riemann equation chapter are satisfied. If v is a harmonic conjugate of u in some domain it is not in general true that u is a harmonic conjugate of v. We illustrate this in the following example. Example says that, suppose that uxy is equal to x square minus y square. And vxy is equal to 2xy. Since these are real and imaginary part of the entire function, fz is equal to z square, which is equal to x square minus y square plus 2ixy. By theorem 1, u and v are harmonic. Also, being harmonic and imaginary part of an analytic function, by the definition above, v is harmonic conjugate of u throughout the plane. But u cannot be a harmonic conjugate of v, since the function gz is equal to, we have gz is equal to 2xy plus I into x square minus y square, is not analytic anywhere. Here the verification is left as an exercise. Next example, here we have to prove that if v is a harmonic conjugate of u in a domain D, then minus u is a harmonic conjugate of v in D and conversely. Solution. That is, v is a harmonic conjugate of u in D if and only if fz is equal to uxy plus I into vxy is analytic in D. That is, if and only if minus ifz is equal to vxy minus I into uxy is analytic in D. That is, if and only if minus u is a harmonic conjugate of v in D. Next example, prove that if two functions u and v are conjugate harmonic of each other, both u and v must be constant functions. Here u and v are conjugate of each other means v is a harmonic conjugate of u and u is a harmonic conjugate of v. V is a harmonic conjugate of u in D implies we have uxy plus ivxy is analytic in D, and u is a harmonic conjugate of v in D implies vxy plus I into uxy. I into uxy is analytic in D. The analyticity of the first function using Cauchy-Riemann equations implies ux is equal to vy, uy is equal to minus vx. Mark it as equation number 1. And the analyticity of the second function implies vx is equal to uy, vx is equal to uy and vy is equal to minus ux, equation number 2. Now adding the equations ux is equal to vy and vy is equal to minus ux, we obtain 2vy is equal to 0. That is 2vy is equal to 0, which implies what? Vy is equal to 0 and ux is equal to 0. Proceeding similarly, 1 and 2 gives vx is equal to 0 and uy is equal to 0. Here vx is equal to 0 and again uy is equal to 0. Now we have ux is equal to uy is equal to 0, implies that the first order partial derivatives of the function u with respect to x and that with respect to y is 0, which implies that u is a constant. Similarly, we have Vx is equal to Vy is equal to 0 implies that what V is a constant. So, this completes the proof. Next, we have to find conjugate harmonic function by the Cauchy-Riemann equation. Next example. Verify that uxy is equal to x square minus y square is harmonic and find its conjugate. Also give the associated analytic function. The verification that the function thus uxy is equal to x square minus y square is harmonic is left as an exercise. Now, to determine of harmonic conjugate, we proceed as follows. If Vxy is the harmonic conjugate of uxy, then the function uxy plus ivxy must be analytic. Hence, by Cauchy-Riemann conditions, ux is equal to vy, uy is equal to minus vx. Equation number 1. Now here we have ux is equal to dou u by dou x, ux is equal to dou u by dou x. So here it is equal to 2x, uy is equal to dou u by dou y, which is equal to minus 2y, here minus 2y. Hence, using 1 we must have dou v by dou y, which is equal to vy, which is again equal to ux, which is equal to 2x. Equation number 2. And dou v by dou x, which is equal to vx, which is again equal to minus uy, which is equal to what? 2y. Equation number 3. By integrating dou v by dou y is equal to 2x with respect to y, we get v is equal to, integrating we get v is equal to 2xy plus a function of x, that is hx, where this h depends only on x. Then dou v by dou x is equal to 2y plus h dash x. Here it is dou v by dou x, which is equal to 2y plus, here we have h dash x. Next, equation number 4. Using equation 3 and 4 gives 2y plus h dash x, which is again is equal to 2y. So from this we get h dash of x is equal to what? Which is equal to 0. Therefore from this we get h of x. Here h dash of x is equal to 0, so we get h dash is equal to some constant c. Hence the harmonic conjugate of the given u is given by Vxy is equal to 2xy plus c. The associated analytic function is fz is equal to, so the function is fz is equal to x square minus y square plus 2 plus I into 2xy plus C. Putting z is equal to x plus I by the above gives what? Fz is equal to, what we get? Fz is equal to z square plus IC. Next example, that is to verify that. Here we have verifying uxy is equal to y cube minus y cube minus 3x square y is harmonic in some domain. Also find its conjugate and the associated analytic function. Here its conjugate vxy can be obtained as x cube minus, it is x cube minus 3xy square plus c conjugate. Hence fz is equal to, we can write fz is equal to what? Y cube minus 3x square y plus I into this one, x cube minus 3xy square plus c. Putting z is equal to x plus I y again, the above equation gives fz is equal to I into z cube plus c. Next example, if fz is analytic, then here we have to prove that dou square by dou x square plus dou square by dou y square into mod fz square, which is equal to 4f dash z whole square. That is, here we have to prove that dou square by dou x square plus dou square by dou y square into, here we have one bracket, into mod fz square, this is equal to 4 times mod f dash z square. This here we have to prove. Solution follows that. Let fz is equal to uxy plus ivxy as usual. Then mod fz square is equal to u square plus v square. It is u square plus v square. Also using formula for finding derivative, we have f dash z is equal to dou u by dou x plus I into dou v by dou z, and hence mod f dash z whole square is equal to dou u by dou x. Here we have x, so hence mod f dash z whole square is equal to, which is equal to dou u by dou x square plus dou v by dou x square. Also we have dou square by dou x square plus dou square by dou y square into mod fz square, which is equal to dou square by dou x square plus dou square by dou y square into u square plus v square, which is equal to dou square by dou x square plus dou square by dou y square into what? U square plus v square. Which is equal to dou square by dou x square into u square plus v square, which is equal to dou square by dou x square into u square plus v square plus dou square by dou y square into u square plus v square. That is here we have which is equal to I am writing here which is equal to, it is dou by dou x of 2u into dou u by dou x first term plus 2v into dou v by dou x plus dou by dou y of next term dou by dou y of, again we have 2u into dou u by dou y plus 2v into dou v by dou y. So which is equal to 2 times u into dou square u by dou x square plus dou u by dou x whole square plus v into dou square v by dou x square plus dou v by dou x whole square plus again 2 into u into dou square u by dou y square plus dou u by dou y whole square plus v into dou square v by dou y square plus dou v by dou y whole square, which is equal to, we can write it as 2 into u into dou u by u into dou square u by dou x square u into, again here we have bracket dou square u by dou square into dou x square, here we have u dou square u by dou x square plus dou square u by dou y square plus dou u by dou x whole square plus dou u by dou y whole square plus dou v by dou x whole square, v term dou v by dou x whole square plus dou v by dou y whole square plus dou square v by plus v into, we have v into dou square v by dou x square plus dou square v by dou y square. So this is our equation number, here we have a bracket, here we have 2 outside, so plus dou square v by dou y square, mark it as equation number 1. Since fz is analytic, its component functions u and v are harmonic, and hence dou square u by dou x square plus dou square u by dou y square, which is equal to 0, and again dou square v by dou x square plus dou square v by dou y square is equal to 0. This together with Cauchy-Riemann equation implies from equation number 1 that we have dou square by dou x square plus dou square by dou y square into, in the LHS we have mod fz square, which is equal to 2 times brackets we have dou u by dou x whole square plus dou u by dou y whole square plus dou u by dou y whole square plus minus dou u by dou x whole square, which is equal to 4 times dou u by dou x whole square plus dou u by dou y whole square, which is equal to 4 into mod f dash z whole square. Here completes our proof. So here we have discussed about harmonic functions and we have done so many examples. See you next time. Till then, take care.